Well, hi there. Pleasant morning to you and welcome to the Guyana National Stadium here at Providence in beautiful Guyana. And we're here for match number 9 in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2022. It's a match that brings together the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands playing for 5th and 6th place respectively. News from the middle is that the Windward Islands have won the toss and they're going to have a bat first. 50 overs per side, and as you can see, the players are in the field already. It means we're having a prompt start, unlike what happened in the semi-finals and on a few of the previous occasions in the preliminary stage of this this tournament. So we're having a prompt start, and it's going to be the Windward Islands to take first strike after Afi Fletcher called correctly at the toss. So the teams for today: Afi Fletcher captain, Janelia Glasgow, Malika Edward, Kimoni Homer, Jafina Joseph, Zayda James, Pearl Etienne, Ashleen Edward, Kiana Joseph, Karina Noel, Tracy Byron. Missing out today: Akira Peters, Edlyn Turtin, and Stacey Ann Adams. For the Leeward Islands, Shanisha Hector, captain, Melicia Clark, Rosalie Dollabile, Therese Parker, Amanda Edwards, Tiffany Thorpe, Roselle Liebert, Tinette McCoy, Devana Claxton, Tonya Martin, Soneldo Willett. So that's the playing 11 for both sides. Our umpires for today: Ryan Banwari and Imran Mokan, with the standby umpire being Anand Kumar Shiv Sankar. So it's an all Guyanese affair in terms of match officials today. Umar Bacchus, also Guyanese, the match referee. So it's going to be Homer and Glasgow to open the batting, with Glasgow about to take the first ball. Tanetta Martin will be coming from the players' pavilion end as umpire Imran Mokan gives her the order. One slip going down. Shanisha Hector, the captain of the Leeward Islands, in that position. There's a field at gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, backward square, fine leg and third man on the boundary. As we get ready for the first delivery in this match, the penultimate match of CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. My name is John Ramsing, and along with Sean Dever, we'll be bringing to you coverage on the first few overs of this encounter. Hello Sean, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning to you wherever you are across the Windwards, in the Leewards, and also in Guyana. Blazing sunshine here at Providence. A great day. The penultimate day of the tournament. You said tomorrow the finals, Jamaica versus Barbados. That should be a thrilling encounter. But the Windwards and the Leewards are battling here for 5th and 6th place. The Windwards have beaten the Leewards in the 2020 tournament, but the Leewards wouldn't want to finish last again.
So runs already on the board. The first run coming via extra. This time Glasgow will get off the mark, so runs off the bat as well. And today is quite contrasting to what we saw in the previous 2 days at least. At 9 hours 30 for both semi-finals would have been heavy rains, Sean. Rains so much that the outfield was flooded. Then about a half hour after, water disappeared. The ground staff did their work, and we managed to get in some overs. Barbados defeating Trinidad and Tobago, and then Jamaica getting the better of Guyana yesterday.
Yes, well, even though the match was delayed and started at 12 o'clock yesterday, it didn't make a difference because the match was still ending early, because Guyana were bowled out for the lowest total ever in a 50-over tournament in women's cricket. So both batters off the mark now, but that was really extremely good bowling from the Jamaica opening bowlers. Yeah, Henry
from
very,
the top
very
end,
well.
Vanessa Watts, both getting 5-wicket hauls.
And she started with 5 wides, the first ball of the match. Yeah. And they gave away 9 wides, and 14 runs came from the bat, 7 ducks. What an appalling performance from the Guyanese.
So wide again from Tanetta Martin. So wides have been a big contributor in this tournament. We have seen both finalists even maybe conceding the most in the entire tournament, Jamaica and Barbados. But now we're seeing the Leeward Islands starting with Tanetta Martin, and she already give away 2 wides.
When you look at the tournament, even in the 2020 format, the only criticism I had of the defending champions Barbados was the number of extras they bowled. They bowled some 28 extras to some other team who made just 70-something runs. And that was a high percentage of extras.
Turned away into the onside for an easy single, coming back for the second. So that's good running. Recognizing that the fielder was a bit late getting on to that ball. And coming back for the second. But the conditions extremely well today, Sean, for cricket.
Yes, excellent conditions, dry outfield. Well, even though the outfield was pounded with torrential rain, it still remained fairly hard and fairly dry. The evidence of the fastest drying international cricket venue in the world. That was amazing, the outfield, the drying of the outfield, the drainage system here.
Yeah, it must be stated again that not only the outfield is excellent, but the ground staff as well.
Yes, and they earned their money during this tournament. Tournament planned during the inclement weather season here in Guyana. And the ground staff really earned every dollar they made. Hope they made many dollars.
I hope so too, because they were really out there in rain and sun battling. But sometimes when the mopping up process was about to be finished, the rains would come again to have to duplicate that effort. But we have a prompt start of this morning, and the first over, it's an eventful one, and 7 runs in the first over. Windward Islands winning the toss and batting against the Leeward Islands, 7 without loss.
Yeah, well, I want to say good morning to those in Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines. We mustn't leave out the Grenadines, and also Grenada, and the Leeward Islands. Good morning to you in Antigua, Anguilla, Montserrat, St. Martin, St. Kitts, Nevis, Tortola, the BVI Islands, the USA Virgin Islands, all part of the Leeward Islands chain. St. Martin, good morning to Masood. He owns the radio station over there and the newspapers. Maybe he owns everything in St. Martin. Mr. Masood is Guyanese. And also to Leon Johnson's mom, Inez. And Leon Johnson has a brother who plays for the Leeward Islands in the under-19 team. And congratulations again to Casey Carty, the first ever St. Martian to play international cricket.
Captain Hector with a new ball from the northern end of the ground, running in from the media center end at Providence. She's played international cricket.
Yes, in 2009 she became the first woman from the Leeward Islands to make the West Indies team. And only 2 of them have played international cricket, who have played for the Leeward Islands. The other one, a girl from the USA, Bashkar. She was born in India.
I remember Bashkar. She featured in the 2019 tournament.
Yeah.
Very friendly individual. Was willing to learn the conditions and also trying to perfect her art.
And there's a Trinidadian also in this Leeward Islands team.
Yeah.
Dolly Bai.
Rosalie Dollabile. She's at fine leg. Oh,
that's a good delivery.
Yeah, nice bounce and curry.
And left the batter. Left-handed batter. And a slip backward point. cover, extra cover and a mid-off. There's also a third man in place, and there are 3 fielders on the onside. Dolabali at fine leg, forward square, and Girl Adair at mid-on. Wide delivery again outside the line of the off stump, a little away movement. And the total going up now by 1. It's 8 without loss. We're in the second over. Shanisa Hector. She's also been picked. Oh, that's another good delivery. Kept a little bit low. And brought in for a defensive shot. Missed it. Went by to be taken by the keeper. Hector also being picked in the CPL, the inaugural CPL women's franchise that will be played exclusively in St. Kitts simultaneously with the CPL men's tournament. 3 teams, Barbados Royals, Guyana Amazon Warriors, and Trinidad Knight Riders. This is one on the leg stump, turned out to the fine leg position, and just the single. So rotation in the strike. Total going up into double figures is 10 without loss now.
I guess many will be looking forward to the women's CPL. That is something that we've been hearing about since it was 2019 when we had some exhibition matches in Trinidad and Tobago at the CPL playoffs and final. And now it's actually becoming a reality. 3 women's franchise teams.
Good morning once again to you in St. Kitts. Getting ready for the inaugural CPL women's franchise, the version of the men's CPL. It's the end of the over. 2 overs gone. It's 10 without loss.
Good use of the new ball so far from captain Shanisha Hector, getting some bounce. We saw yesterday Chanel Henry getting some bounce as well. But we're playing on a different strip today, a different pitch. This one is the westernmost at Providence. Yesterday we played on the easternmost on the square. Do you remember the second test match, Bangladesh and West Indies today starts in St. Lucia. And then the limited overs will begin in Dominica before coming to Guyana. So this square will be once again in the spotlight. Full toss outside the off stump. And horizontal bat. Dolabile is after it. She's quick. And she's going to get there before the ball gets into the boundary. Good work from Dolabile. But 2 more to the Windwards nonetheless. The international calendar this year for cricket in the Caribbean, Sean, is extremely packed. And a heavy dose of limited overs as well.
Yeah, India also coming, playing mostly in Trinidad. They go to Florida. And also the CPL from the 30th of August to the 30th of September, when the final will be played in Guyana. So wondering when tickets will be starting to be on sale. A lot of people want to know CPL tickets. That's the big one. A lot of tourists will be coming in. Well, mostly Caribbean people from New York and Canada and so on. It's going to be a ram-packed Providence Stadium.
First time ever the finals will be played in Guyana.
Yes, and it's slated for 3 years.
So today, the second test match, West Indies against Bangladesh at the Darren Semi-Cricket Ground in St. Lucia. Then the action switches to Dominica.
Yeah, two 2020s in Dominica. The
second
first
and third.
And the second.
Second and third in
second and third
of July. Then the Guyana will host the third T20 right here at Providence on the 7th of July.
And then the 3 one-day matches will also be played here between the 10th and the 16th of July.
10, 13, and 16 to be exact. This one is turned away into the onside. looking for the first boundary, but will not get to the boundary. Claxton is after it, and she collects. Yeah, so matches in Dominica and Guyana, and you understand tickets for those matches will begin sometime today or tomorrow.
So good morning to everybody in St. Lucia. Had a nice time whenever I go to St. Lucia. The pitons, going to the drive-in volcano. So many wonderful sights. And every Friday night at Gros Soleil, they've got a street party. Punched off the back foot. And there is no run. 9 to Glasgow, 1 to Homer, and at the end of 3 overs, it's 14 without loss.
Right, so over number 4 will begin.
So the projected score, 234. I doubt if these any of these teams will be able to get up to that total. Windwards possibly. A loose shot.
So there's an extra ball in that over apparently, because from all indication the over had completed, and then you saw Tonya Martin still with ball in hand. And now with Manmoka and the umpire calls over. These things happen in cricket. So 3 overs completed, 14 without loss. The Windward Islands batting first in the 5th place playoff.
And it's good to see that 50 overs are being played today. And
Oh, yeah.
No rain in sight. Well, keep my fingers crossed, knock on wood.
Knock wood, keep fingers crossed indeed.
Well, there's lots of blue in the sky. There are some white cotton wool clouds, some of them a little dark grey, but just one patch in the sky as we look out. And blazing sunshine.
But quite strange enough, Sean, this morning there was some rain at Providence just before the groundsmen started to take off the covers initially. So at about 6:40 a.m.
Were you there?
Yes, sir.
Oh my, you're a hard-working lad.
Yes. Don't ask me why, but I was here, yes.
Hector from the media center end, or the northern end of the ground, bowls. And that's outside the line of the off stump. Not a wide, but wide enough not to induce the batter to play a shot.
Yeah, the day was about to break this morning. There were some drizzles. That kept the covers on for maybe about 4 to 10 minutes. But then the groundsmen immediately took it off, and we have had sun since then.
Talking about that street party every Friday night in Gros Soleil. Reminds me, I want to say good morning to the Feddies who come from Gros Soleil, the corner with the big church. Stayed there when I first went to cover cricket in St. Lucia, leg by, signaled by the umpire. The umpire is Ryan Banwari and Imran Mukan. Banwari goes up on one leg, taps the right leg to signal a leg by. Takes the score now to 15 without loss. Dominic Fiddy, he was an ex-minister in the St. Lucia government. I think he was Minister of Tourism. And his brother is a first-class cricketer, Sergio, for the Windward Islands. Played in the English leagues. And also his sister worked for some time with the Guyana Cricket Board. I knew her when she was a little girl, like 6 years old. Wow, she's gotten so big. She's married now, and she's gone back to St. Lucia. Here is Hector. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. No shot played there by Glasgow. She's kept on 9. 1 to Homer, and a total 15 without loss. Also can't talk about St. Lucia without saying good morning to my mentor, Reds Pereira, and his wife, Zandra. Good morning to you. You will certainly be busy with the test match starting today. West Indies lead the series 1-0. And the second and final test starts at the Darren Sammy Stadium, as John told you. So lots of cricket in the air. India come to the Caribbean from July 22nd, 24th, and 27th. They play the 3 days at the Queen's Park Oval. This is swept away down towards the backward square position. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. And a lightning fast outfield here at Providence, despite all the recent rain. That's 4 runs, 19 without loss, as the over comes to an end. 4 overs gone.
Yes, even a quick dollar ball could not stop that last ball from going into the boundary. So the boundary, the first boundary coming at the end of the 4th over. First boundary of the Windward Islands innings.
Martin with the long weaves touching her waist behind her back, covering her number as she moves in from the southern end. Martin down the leg side, and Mukan has to do some work now. Outstretches the arm like a scarecrow in a farm and signals a wide. So total going up now to 20 without loss. Still no legal delivery bowled in the 5th over. 29th of July, India play the West Indies in the first T20 encounter at Turuba. That's the Brian Lara Stadium, which will become an international venue with that match. And of course, the action shifts to St. Kitts. Good morning to you in St. Kitts and Nevis. August 19th and 2nd of July, 2 T20 matches. The 2nd and 3rd will be played in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, technically it's going to be played in Nevis, another wide down the leg side. So looking to find her radar, and it's 21 without loss.
Yeah, those matches we played at the Warner Park in St. Kitts, Basseterre, downtown.
Yeah, one of the smallest international cricket venues in the world. I remember when was Herschel Gibbs hit 6 sixes there and was afforded honorary citizenship. Of course, that reminds me of Dominica. When Dominica hosted their first ever one-day test match, I remember doing commentary in that match, West Indies and India. And Edwards made 100, but Chandrapal made 100 the over before him, and he got honorary citizenship of Dominica. That was when the Windsor Park, the state-of-the-art Windsor Park, hosted it first test match. This is pulled away down towards the boundary. There's nobody there. Acres and acres of vacant land, and down towards the backward square leg boundary for 4. So second boundary of the morning, and takes the score now to 25 without loss. And Homer gets into the action. She moves to 5 from 7 balls.
That was very short from Tonya Martin, and sat up nicely. No real pace to threaten the batter, and she pulled well just to the right of the square leg umpire and got the boundaries. So boundaries in consecutive overs now for the Windward Islands. This represents a very good start. No wides being conceded.
And that will be 2 wides because it passed the keeper, and she had to gather it, and the batters went through for a single, So the wide plus the single makes it 2 runs, 27 without loss. Nice sunny conditions here. I look out and I see one person is standing. And we always, even if there is one person in the afternoon especially, Mr. Claude St. John, the former Guyana player from East Bank. He was also a Guyana selector and had a nice little program at Banks DIH, Claude St. John. He's always there. He's always at cricket. He's like the Christopher Barnwell. When he's not playing, he's always at cricket. They love cricket. Martin bowls a full toss and didn't capitalize on it. Hit it straight out towards the mid-on fielder. And a dot goes into the scorebook. Of course, the India-West Indies series then moves from St. Kitts to Florida. That's on the August the 6th and 7th, the 4th and the 5th final T20 matches will be played in Florida. That's again outside the leg stump this time as the left-hander looks to flick. And they go back for 2. So that's 3 runs because first of all was a wide, which Mokan is now signaling. And then they got 2. So wayward stuff at the beginning of this Windwards innings. Total going up now to 30. The partnership is also on 30. So good start from the Windwards.
It's a very good start. We expect that after 4.4 overs, that would have seen a more sedate approach. Might have been a wicket or 2 down as well, but it's a very good start by the Windward Islands. They've helped along the way with lots and lots of extras. Already have 12 of them. So extras once again making a big mark in women's cricket this season. This is the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup.
Martin bowls a wide swipe and a miss to a wide delivery. And introducer shot there played by Glasgow. She tucks her bat under her arm and comes down to have a little discussion, maybe some advice with Huma as the over comes to an end. 30 without loss, 5 overs gone.
And some news coming out of Grenada, Sean. Grenada had general elections, and the NDC leader, Dickon Mitchell, has won the elections, beating out the incumbent, Dr. Keith Mitchell. So another Mitchell in leadership now for Grenada. So Prime Minister Keith Mitchell was looking for a 6th term. And the younger Mitchell got there. 44-year-old former Hewering Law School student. So congratulations, they're in order.
Yes, it's good to see the youngsters getting political power and being leaders of associations and countries and so on. I think Keith Mitchell is now 75 years old, and I first met him in 1997, I think, when I first went to do overseas commentary at the Tantine Ground in Grenada, where he played in the 1973 team for Grenada and captained that team. I think he played a couple of games for the Windward Islands also. Loved cricket. Keith Mitchell, the former Prime Minister of the island of Grenada, known for many good things. Also, they are known for the Grenada invasion in 1983. And then the last of the Arawaks, they called it Leaping Hill, when 40 of them didn't want to be held captive. And they jumped to their death, suicide, in the Grenada. And that hill is called Leaping Hill ever since. So good morning to you in Grenada. Good morning to, you talk about elections. Good morning to Ernest Hilaire, the Honorary Ernest Hilaire. He's the Deputy Prime Minister. And also he's the new Minister of Sport, took over from Dominic Fady, my good friend. Ernest Hilaire also involved with West Indies cricket. That's a wide delivery there from Hector. Outside the line of the off stump and going further away. As we say, good morning to Miku Wanya. Got it right this time. I practiced whole night. My mother thought I was mad talking in my sleep.
Good morning to you, Sean. Good morning to your viewers. And good morning to your mother, Sean Devier. All right. I was practicing as well, the correct pronunciation of your name.
And my mother said, she heard you mentioning your name and my name and so on. And she said, my stepfather, my brother is Christopher Chapwanya. So she said, that's easy. Miko Wanya. Like Christopher Chapwanya.
Yeah, I know Christopher. I heard. I never really put the two and two together there. But yeah, that's great to know. And it's good to see the association made. So as I keep telling people, my name is very easy. Very simple.
Windwards 31 without loss. 6 overs completed. Good start by these girls. Glasgow and Huma. Glasgow into double figures. She's 13 from 23 balls. Huma on 5. And blazing sunshine here. That's a great sign. That's the most encouraging sign we can see today.
Yes, Sean. It's like it's all happening today. Blazing sunshine. Excellent conditions for cricket. And it seems as though the Windward Island ladies are playing their best cricket.
Well, they won the toss and elected to bat. I was saying that once they win the toss, they would bat. Because they want to make sure that the Leewards finish last again. They've never finished above last in any of the tournaments since 2016, when they took part in their first women's tournament in regional cricket, the Leeward Islands. This is a single and not a wide. So it's 31, 32 now for no loss. In the 6th over, and it's not officially started yet because the first ball was a wide.
Yeah, new bowler there, Vanna Claxton. And just to check there, regarding the laws, as long as the bowler would have started their run-up, or if there's no run-up, started the bowling action, that constitutes the start of the over.
But no ball bowled in the over. No legal delivery. Yes, one ball was
Correct.
bowled, but that was a wide. So there's no legal delivery bowled in the over. Outside the line of the off. Now, that was close to a second wide in the over. But umpire Mukan kept his hands to his side. And Claxton breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that was on the other pitch. And that would be close to a no ball. But maybe inches on the pitch that they're playing on. If it was on the other pitch or if it bounced twice, that would have been no ball and a free hit. But she got away with it. Didn't get away with being called a wide though. So the total going up now to 34 without loss. We're still in over number 7. And a lot of wides, a lot of extras going into the scorebook already. This is another wide there by Claxton. So more extras going into the scorebook. And when Barbados played Trinidad and Tobago, they give away 53 extras. That's ridiculous. So 3 consecutive wides. There's a much better delivery, not far enough or wide enough to be called a wide, but wide enough to not to induce the batter, Homer, to play a shot. John was talking about the elections in Grenada. That's a lovely little country there, a lovely island. The Grandans Beach and the Carnage. I remember sitting on the balcony of my uncle's wife property in Grenada and seeing the Carnage. There's a nightclub just to the eastern side of the Carnage. I used to go there a lot. I was much younger then.
Sean, you know, I've been listening to you throughout this podcast and just seem to be mentioning the parties and nightclubs.
No, that's the first time I mentioned the party. Yeah, the Grosselet Street Party. That's not a nightclub, it's a street party and it's held every Friday night. And if the Windwards finish on 5th in this tournament, there are another reason to celebrate in St. Lucia. That's another wide, overcompensating there. She bowled 3 wides outside the off stump and down the leg side now, another wide.
Sharing the mic with my well-traveled colleague, Sean Devier.
36 without loss. My name is wrongly pronounced as Sean Devers, but leave it as that because that's what most people know me by. And they'll get confused if you say Devier. Well, you make my father very happy. He would be the only one to be happy.
That's the end of the 7th over. Score now 37 without loss. Windward Islands batting.
And the projected score now going up to 270 something, which is unlikely that this team would get that, but they've got a good solid start. 7 overs gone in a 50 over game and you've got 37 without loss and maybe aided by too many extras.
They all contribute to the score, and this time let me just take a moment just to say a very good morning to your father. All the best to you, sir.
Yeah, he's in Canada listening on the YouTube channel. Visiting my sister, who is living in Canada with her husband and her daughter and her son. Hector in bright sunshine bowls, and that's a tugged away, almost a semi-swipe, as she was looking to hit that ball as hard as she could, lost her shape, and hit it down straight towards Hector at mid-on, and there's no run. Why would she want to play a big shot like that? And she's well set.
Well, it's been working so far. We saw some lovely leg side shots, a lot of sweeps, some slog sweeps, but it's been working, so I guess she's just going to want to continue in that vein. The scoring rate is good. So Windwards will be looking to push. I'm sure they want to end
On a
high note. Yeah, definitely. So I think that would be the mindset of the team.
Current rate 4.93, and that's again into the onside. Not where she would have wanted it though. Tugged it a little more squarer than she would have wanted. Tried to hit it, and that's a poor bit of feeling there by the captain Hector. No, that's not Hector. Hector's bowling. That's who is that?
That is Tiffany Tarp with the ball.
And so that's Hector doing the feeling there. That's right. So they got 240 without loss. We are still in over number 8. Current run rate now jumping to 5.22. So it's a good start. 5 to Homer. She's in strike, the right-hander. Glasgow is on 16. She's the busybody little left-hander looking to play a lot of shots while Homer is prepared to play the supporting role.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. You know, it's good to be there to support your partner. If your partner is on the ball, is flowing, you know, it's good to just be there, you know, occupy the crease, rotate the strike, you know. And that's, right, looks like right on the ankle there of the bowler, Tiffany Thorpe. She is in some pain there. She's down on the ground clutching at her ankles. And here comes the physio and her team.
Yeah, that's never a good sight to see anybody going down on the field in a cricket match. But that was hit hard back towards her, and maybe an involuntary stop, just getting her ankle in the way more than trying to stop the ball. The ball hit the ankle instead of the ankle stopping the ball. And it's never nice to get hit, especially on your ankle.
So 8 overs gone in the CG United Super 50 Cup here in Guyana. And Windward Islands are 4-1 without loss.
Yeah, so Glasgow going well. She's on 16 from 27 balls, the left-hander. And Homer, the right-hander, as you said, showing good support in a good little partnership. She's 6 from 21 balls. But this is a 50-over game, and she's looking to see off the new ball. And excellent partnership. One playing the piano and the other one carrying the piano. That's what my second division captain used to always tell me. Good morning to you, Dr. Dotson, Lyndon Dotson. He's now in America, and one of his sons actually played for the USA in one-day internationals. So good morning to you, Doc. That's what you told me. One person carries the piano, the other one plays it.
Interesting. I just learned something there. I wonder if that's a Steinway piano. Excellent tunes. So the bowler, Tiffany Thorpe, looks like she's back on her feet, it's the end of the over. She's just gingerly making her way back to her fielding position. Looks like she'll stay on the field. So the physio coming out there with her towels and the magic spray. And looks like we're going to have a substitute coming on the field, and somebody will be off.
But that's good that she is staying on the field. It's always good to know that your injury is not as serious when you stay on the field. So the 9th over about to begin, 41 without loss. Glasgow on 16, looking to be very pugnacious. But it's going to be Homer, the right-hander, who's on 6, is going to be in strike. And she's leaving it alone outside the line of the arm stump. Another wide. They are bowled by Claxton. We were talking about Dominica and the first test match. While I was doing commentaries with John Ramsing, Chandra Paul actually scored the first 100 in the Windsor Park ground and got honorary citizenship of Dominica. But previously, games used to be played at the first class level in the Botanical Gardens. When the ball hit the tree, that was 4.
That's interesting.
First class matches.
Interesting.
And the mayor of Russo at that time, he was the scorer, he was the curator, he was everything. As we say in Guyana, chief cook and bottle washer. Another delivery going wide, this time outside the leg stump. And another wide going by. Claxton will need to have a word with somebody to calm her nerves, tell her to get her radar right. 43 without loss.
Well, she is standing right next to Shanisha Hector, the captain, who is constantly in her
that's
ear,
a good delivery.
having a word with her. So I think, the experience and the leadership of the skipper is good enough to guide her, calm her. I think she just needs to settle in.
Yeah,
She
good,
just needs
good
to
comeback delivery there.
settle in for the time being.
And that ball which left the right-hander, Homer, must have done a world of good for her confidence, and now she followed it up with a full toss, and that's hit for 6. First 6 of the match. And Homer, who's been the sedate of the two, the more sedate of the two, hitting a 6. But that was asked to be hit. It was a high full toss. I don't know if it was high enough to be called a no ball, but let's watch the replay. if there is any.
Well, the strikers and umpire didn't call, and he is in the best position as a match official. So that'll be that. But it was a bad delivery, and it asked to be put away. And this is what batters are required to do. You put away the bad balls. When it's there on offer, you put it away. And she did just that in fine fashion, over the ropes for 6.
Halfway through the 9th over. Good delivery again. Windwards, good start. 1 short of a 50. 49 without loss. Homer's now gone into double figure. She's doubled her score actually with that 6. She's on 12. Glasgow is on 16.
Not many 6s we've had in this tournament. So it's good to see. I think the Windwards, they're really showing their best work in the last match.
Well, obviously the Windwards are the better team than the Leewards, who are the minnows of this tournament. But when you look at players like Hector, Wicket, another wide. So the 50 comes up inauspiciously for the Leewards with a wide.
They'll take it just any way that they can get it. And the partnership is now 50 from 53 balls. So an excellent scoring rate with 22 extras. That is quite a lot. Extras are actually more than the individual score of each batter. So they'd want to get that right as for the rest of the innings.
So the over is completed. It's now 9 overs completed. It's 50 without loss.
Affy Fletcher, the Windwards captain, still to come, and we all know that she can push on the score at a rapid rate. So the Windwards Island in a good position and would want to maximize the start as best as they can.
Well, there are 4 islands in the Windwards that make up this Windward Islands team. St. Lucia, Grenada, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I want to say good morning to everybody in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is outside the line of the off stump. A relatively long spell here from Thorpe. 3rd over in progress. And in these kind of conditions here, sweltering heat, the females, even the males, would be very tired. Heat sucking the energy out, but we rather the heat than the rain.
Definitely, Sean, definitely. It's good to see the sunshine here today. And Thorpe has been bowling well so far. This is her 3rd over, and only 5 runs given away so far. So she's been bowling well. I think the leak has been coming from the other end, and not forgetting the extras. So Thorpe has been a good bowler for her team throughout this tournament.
Nice turn to the onside, nice soft hands, didn't play too hard, and Oliver at the fine leg position had a long run to her right and in, and so the batters took the opportunity to come back for 2, as the left-handed Glasgow goes now to 18 and the score goes up to 52 without loss. This is a lovely shot down the ground. The on drive is arguably the hardest shot to play in cricket, and it's also the most delightful shot when you look at it. She played that shot to perfection. Another boundary for the left-hander, Glasgow. She's gone now to 22. It's 56 without loss.
Yeah, that was a real nice shot. Just working that wrist just at the last moment. Straight down the ground, beating the fielder, and that's a beautiful shot to see by Glasgow. Glasgow, who is a member of the Trinbago Knight Riders for the women's CPL, so she's looking good. Could be one of the stars for that team when the tournament actually starts. Looking good so far, playing some nice shots, an aggressive batter. So we will look forward to that tournament, Sean.
Well, I had the convener of the women's selectors, Anne Brown John. She reminded me that her husband would be very annoyed when I spoke of her as Anne Brown. She said that the CPL franchise with 3 franchises, they're playing simultaneously with the men's, but they're playing exclusively in the island of St. Kitts. That's a very good move for female cricket as the over comes to an end. 10 overs gone, 56 for no loss.
Yes. So Melissa Clark making her way back onto the field right now. Arshina Freeman was on for her. So Amanda Edward will start her spell, taking the ball for the first time in this inning. Just marking her run up there. And she'll be bowling to Kimoni Homer.
Edwards will actually be the 5th bowler to be used by the Leeward Islands this morning. Still looking for that breakthrough. Windward Islands already passing 50. Nice healthy run rate, 5.6 after 10 overs. A single taken early in the over, so rotation in the strike as well. Homer now on to 13. Glasgow's been a bit more aggressive. She's on 22.
Welcome to you, John. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much, Miko Wanya, but I was here since about 6:35 this morning, very early.
Yeah, we saw you with those messages. John's the first one here, last one to leave, and the first one here in the morning.
Strange thing about when you have to beat the traffic on the east bank and on the west side of Demerara as well. It's either you're very early or very late. Prefer to be very early.
Well, you're going to be something, so you might as well be early, and I would agree with you on that. You can either wait 2 times. You can wait in the late line, or just come early and wait until the doors open.
In the air, dropped. That is a bad miss by Roselle Liebert at mid-wicket. Opportunity created, and there we see Glasgow looking to clear mid-wicket. And she got it straight into the hands of Liebert. Liebert looking to take a reverse cup and floored it. That could be a bad miss.
Yeah, that was a fairly regulation catch there. I think throughout this tournament, I've seen Liebert pull down quite a few catches. You know, that would be something she'd want to work on moving forward. And that was a fairly simple one. That one could be costly. The dangerous Glasgow chipping that one, flicking that one to the straightish mid-wicket area there.
And she's actually in a very critical position. So there's an appeal for a wicket, and the umpire is going to have a discussion. Maybe you're going to have a look at it. From this vantage point, it appears as if the ball hit her on the pad and rolled back onto the stump, and she's bowled. So the Windward Islands losing their first wicket. Glasgow going bowled for 22 from 38 deliveries, and it's now 1 for 57, and we're at over number 11. So the wicket finally coming, the breakthrough finally coming for the Leeward Islands as they brought on their 5th bowler, the first sign of spin, and there we see Amanda Edwards getting the first wicket with Glasgow bowled for 22 at 57 for 1.
That was very unfortunate. It's a very unfortunate way to get out. But I think Rosa Liebert, who is about to start her spell, will be breathing a great sigh of relief there. As he just dropped a simple catch from Glasgow, and now Glasgow in bold in a very cheeky manner. Missing that sweep, ball just maybe hitting the pad and her bat, and then just coming back onto the stump, dislodging the bail. And that's all you need.
But that's a very good opening stand. 57 runs for the first wicket between Glasgow and Homer. And if my memory serves me well, it was only Haley Matthews and Kaisian Knight with 61 runs for the opening stand for Barbados when they took on Trinidad and Tobago in semi-final one with a better opening stand. So the Windward Islands having a very good match towards the back end of their tournament. They've won the toss with their captain, Afi Fletcher, who's now made her way into the middle. And they update the bat first. And they have a really good start. And there's another bowler. So Leewards coming into the attack. Nice full delivery from Leewards to start. And it means now that Homer will have to start over. She has a start. She's on 13 from 30 delivery. She's been there a long time, since the start of the game. Her captain has just gotten there, so her captain has been in good form, having good starts without carrying on. But now with Homer settled, it means that the captain at the other end can play with a little bit less pressure, and she may want to express herself and bat deep into this innings, get a personal best score maybe, and end the tournament on a high.
This one, a tickish outside edge running down to the vacant third man area. They'll pick up 2 there. Tanetta McCoy doing the fielding. She seemed to be moving a bit gingerly, not really attacking the ball in an aggressive manner. So the Leeward Island would want to show a bit more energy in the field. Out to mid off, no run.
2 runs taken out the last ball. Swept away all along the ground, but Vanna Claxton, who's very close in, could not stop it, and she'll have to give chase. You cannot miss Claxton. She's very vocal. She's very animated in the field. So even as the ball was going towards her at a very rapid rate, you can hear her gesticulating, and you can see her gesticulating, hearing her making some noise as that ball passed her.
It's always good to have that little spark plug in the field. It's
Yeah.
good for the team. It lifts the spirit, buoys the entire team. Not just that one person clapping, cheering, being vocal. It takes me back to Makaya Ntini. I remember seeing him at Border when I was there to watch a test match.
So that's the end of 12 overs. The first from Leewards, 61 for the loss of 1.
Ntini, the voice of the South African team at that time, very loud, very vocal, engaging with the fans. So it's good to have these sort of players in your team. They do good to boost you up when you may be just a bit down. And Amanda Edward to now continue bowling to the Windward Island skipper, Afi Fletcher.
Fletcher from Grenada. Grenada just have a change of guard as well in terms of leadership. Dickon Mitchell, 44-year-old, has been elected as a new Prime Minister, replacing Dr. Keith Mitchell, who was looking for a 6th term as the leader. Same island Afi Fletcher is from. It's been a long season as well for these players. So this is the final match for these 2 teams, with 1 match still to be played in the tournament, which is on Saturday. That's tomorrow. The final, Barbados defending champions against Jamaica. Afi Fletcher, no doubt, will be happy to get back home as well to see her baby girl.
Yes, you know, any parent, you know, just being a short time away from your children, you know, you miss them terribly. As they say, you're always bickering with them one way or the other, but as soon as you're away from them, you miss them.
Oh, this one's helped away nicely down towards the backward square for a boundary. Feeding her on her leg stump, Edwards. And Homer there will not miss out. So she is moving along nicely into the 20s now. She's on to 21. The top scorer of the innings, Janelia Glasgow, bowled in the previous over, bowled by Edwards. So this is a good start from Homer. Nice confident start as well from the Windward Islands.
Yeah, it's great to see putting away the bad ball. You know, it's to save the best for last, as some would say.
And that is exactly what Edwards did on that occasion. Saved the best ball for the last. And that's the 13th over completed, 66 for 1.
Well, we'd love to see a thrilling match here today. You know, if they can get to that projected score, you know, they're steadily progressing. Projected score now at 254. Well, let's see how it goes. Got to maintain. Great start, great foundation already built. So now you've got to continue. As Roselle Leewards is going to continue to Afi Fletcher. Just a little bit of extra bounce there. Maybe surprising the keeper a bit, Terrace Parker.
The Windward Islands lost to Barbados and Jamaica.
I don't think there's much shame in that, Sean, in this particular tournament. Two of the stronger teams, Windwards, Barbados and Jamaica, and of course they're in the finals that'll be played tomorrow. And any predictions, any picks, or you're just gonna stay out of it?
That's really too close to call. Banged away through the covers. Fletcher will not get the boundary. I was thinking that was gonna go towards the boundaries. It was well timed, but a good feeling on the cover boundary by Dolabile. Yeah, that one is too close to call tomorrow. I'm just happy that I'll be here to witness that one.
It should be a cracker. You know, it'll be the weekend. It's Saturday, so all of you listeners and viewers in the East Bank area or anywhere in Guyana, please feel free to come out. Admissions free, lots of space. After you finish your shopping at Border Market, you could just pass on through, check out the match.
Just one run from the over. So 14 gone, 67 for 1. So lots of batting still to come for the Windward Islands. Still to come, Malika Edward, Jafina Joseph, Zeta James, Perletti and Ashleen Edward, Kiana Joseph, Karina Noel, Tracy Byron, and not necessarily in that order. As Edwards start a new over. This is over number 15 of the innings.
She starts off with a wide, taking the extras up now to 23.
That's a nice confident looking drive from Fletcher. Fletcher is in good touch like I mentioned earlier, but is lacking a big score. She has a perfect opportunity today. And the selectors tend to remember your last innings or your last match more than the entire season. So all of these players that are getting this opportunity now will want to put on a good show, to pick themselves for the next tournament, for the next match, for the next series. That's a full toss. And once again, Dolabile at mid-wicket will complete the fielding.
Dolabile patrolling the boundary. She's done a fairly decent job. I think throughout the tournament she's been on the boundary, and she is quick. It seems like that is her position on the field for the Leewards Island. Straight to Dolabile there, couldn't pierce the field. Straight to Leewards, my apologies. Teaser outside the off stump.
It's a good spell in the context of the game from Amanda Edwards. Now into her third over, 1 for 8. Got the breakthrough. So a wide and a single in the over. So 3 overs from Edwards completed, 1 for 8. 6 to 9 for the loss of 1. 15 overs gone. So there we see the batting card for the Windward Islands. This is an opportunity for the lower order, the middle and lower order to come and have a good display because a foundation has been laid. Janelia Glasgow, 22. Homer, 21, put on 57 for the first wicket. Fletcher's just gotten there. She's on 3. Very promising, very good start for the girls in green and yellow, the Windward Islands. Full toss down the leg side, and no one will catch that. That's dispatched. That's a very loose delivery from Leewards and was begging to be hit. And there's Fletcher. Just got to the crease. But a full toss like that, you'll take that any day. First ball of your innings or last ball. And the score now, the total now into the 70s, 73 for 1. As we welcome back Sean DeVere this morning.
Yes, well, good morning to you, John. Good morning to listeners. A lovely shot there by the 35-year-old Grenadian. She's gone to 7, and she's looking already ominous in terms of her batting against the Leeward Islands.
Batting in a very crucial and important number 3 position as well, taking lots of responsibilities with the bat.
Well, when she plays for the West Indies, she bats lower down the order. She primarily is picked as a leg spinner. She's a competent batsman, but when she plays for the Windward Islands, she's a full-fledged specialist batter. And she looks like that. Nice off drive.
But that brings me to another point, that the players who have represented the West Indies, who have been around the West Indies setup, they look a few miles ahead in terms of their technique and their abilities. They look like the finished product.
Even Anisa Mohammed bats low down the order for West Indies, and she bats high in the Trinidad and Tobago order.
Yeah, that goes to show the caliber of players around her in the domestic setup. Single to Fletcher to end the over. So that's the end of 16 overs. The Windward Islands winning the toss and batting first. 74 for 1. The players will take some drinks. We as well will take a refreshments break. And we'll be back in a few minutes. So welcome back to Providence Stadium on the east bank of Demerara in Guyana. We're witnessing 5th versus 6th in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2022. The Windward Islands winning the toss and batting this morning. 74 for the loss of 1 after 16 overs. Janelia Glasgow bowled by Edwards after hitting 2 fours in her innings of 22 from 38 deliveries. It was 1 for 57 in the 11th over. Kimoni Homer is still there, 21. 2 fours and 1 6. Fletcher has just joined her on 8. 6 bowlers used so far by the Leeward Islands. And Edwards, who continues now, has the only wicket to fall, 1 for 8 from 3 overs. Prompt start this morning at 9 hours 30, 50 overs aside. Flighted delivery, but Fletcher on the front foot getting it on the full.
And Edwards should have had Homer in the same over when she was dropped, but didn't cost them anything because she eventually went for 22. That's a nice shot, flicked away, and they come back for a second. No, they aboard the ID and they settle for 1.
And in St. Lucia, West Indies won the toss and they're bowling first against Bangladesh in the second test match. West Indies making 1 change to that side that won the first test match in Antigua and Barbuda. Gurikesh Moti left out, and in comes the seamer Anderson Phillip.
Well, because of the nature of the pitch, St. Lucia has one of the fastest pitches in the Caribbean. Compliments of the curator, Crofton. So not a big surprise. But Moti is a very talented left-arm spinner, and he could also bat. That's a lovely shot. Pulled away, down towards the backward square boundary, and that goes hustling across the boundary for 4. So Homer now goes to, she's now on to 25 from 45 balls, 79 for 1.
Yeah, not a good shot indeed. So the runs continue to flow for the Windward Islands. The Leewards need to just be a bit more tight in their deliveries, need to build some pressure on the batting and allow the batters to maybe make the mistakes, because it's a very good batting track. There's a new pitch that was not used, in the previous maybe 3 games here at Providence.
And of course the outfield lightning fast.
The extra sun this morning, yes. So good finish to the over. 17-9 for the loss of 1, 17 gone. Still to come for the Windward Islands is young Zayda James, the left-handed batter, the 18-year-old. We know that she is an exciting little prospect. So if given the opportunity, I'm sure she'll be looking to capitalize in batting-friendly conditions. She's been picked for the Guyana Amazon Warriors in the women's CPL. She'll want to give a good account of herself in what will be familiar conditions, because just before CPL opens, the local franchise will have a camp. Chances are that camp will be held right here at the National Stadium at Providence, which is the home of the Amazon Warriors. But since the women's version of the CPL will be played in St. Kitts, maybe the camp may be held in another territory, maybe in St. Kitts itself.
Leewards continues from the northern end, and 80 for 1 suggests a position of dominance. This is the 18th over of a 50 over affair, and the Windwards girls are having a good start, even though they've lost Janila Glasgow after she was dropped on 21 off Edwards. Edwards returned on the same over to have her played on. Unfortunate dismissal, but a dismissal nevertheless. And Amanda Williams wouldn't be too bothered about that. She went for 22, as you said, 2 fours, 38 balls, 57 for 1 in the 11th over. Since then, Homer has been joined by her captain Fletcher. I want to endorse what Mikowanya said about those in the vicinity of the ground, and that's a loose shot. Luckily for her, it didn't go to hand. Lazy looking shot there from Afia Fletcher. Just came forward and just maybe spooned it off the outside edge, and it lobbed into the air, falling well short of the mid-on and the mid-wicket. Back and across and plays it into the offside, and that's the end of the 18th over, 81 for 1. Of course, Mikowanya was saying that if you're in the vicinity of the East Bank or anywhere in Georgetown, Greater Georgetown, anywhere in Guyana, you're listening to the commentary, there's still a lot of time. It's a 50-over game, and you can come down. He was talking about the markets. He said border market, but there are a lot of other markets in the Georgetown ward. There's the Penitence Market just before the Kite News. And that's edge down towards the third man position. The outfield is fast, and the runner chasing it is faster. And she prevents a double, so the batters just took 2. So the total going up now to 83 for 1. And Homer going up to 28. 10 to Fletcher. Of course, there's the Kitty Market. There's the Stabrook Market. There's the East Rumwell Market. Are there any other markets in the Georgetown ward or Greater Georgetown ward? Wide delivery down the leg side. Bad line by Edwards. And the total going up now to 84 for 1.
I think that's it in terms of markets in that part of our country.
Nice flighted delivery. She almost bowled that from behind the crease and bowled it slower and fuller. But Homer beaten maybe initially in the flight, and she's kept on 28. This is another good delivery from Edwards, bowling a slow pace. She's already bowled a wide with her second delivery. She conceded a double with her first. Now she's put 2 dots in the scorebook, make that 3. So good comeback, 84 for 1. Quicker delivery, and played it out towards the mid-wicket position. So a decent over, just 3 runs coming off of it. 2 from Homer and the wide. This is a flighted delivery, and looking to hit it too hard. It was a full toss, and she couldn't get it away. Just hit it hard into the ground, totally mistimed it, and bounced back towards the bowler. So that's the completion of 19 overs. It's 84 for 1 with Homer on 28 from 54 balls, Fletcher on 10 from 22, and the only dismissal, Janella Glasgow, she fell for 22 off the bowling of Edwards.
A nice bowling, I would say, from Edwards. 5 overs, 1 for 16.
Yeah, teasing the batters.
Yeah, pace off,
Yeah.
nice flighted deliveries, targeting the wicket. So she's going to be the one to look at. This one is tugged away into the onside, mid-wicket. And mid-on were split with perfection, but mid-on had to come around to her.
And that's a good
right
stop.
to do the fielding. That's very good work from mid-on.
So Bangladesh batting first in St. Lucia. West Indies winning the toss and putting them in as another wide there bowled by Leewards. Takes the total now to 86 for 1. And I understand that the umpire gave 2 decisions in consecutive overs or in the same over to Roach. Both were overturned, missing the leg stump. The replay showed.
The technology is there. Why not use it? Want the game as fair as possible.
Yes, I agree with that.
The human factor is the umpire still there.
But the only new law I'm not totally in agree with is that the umpire calls the no ball. No, the third eye calls the no ball, because when the umpire calls the no ball, you have a chance to play a big shot. But appeal, turn down.
Yeah, whereas Homer playing across the line, she should have been playing straight. She's been looking good playing in the V, but now she's opting to go across the line, cross batted shot.
Yeah, I was saying if you hear the no ball, you can play a shot at it. But if the umpire doesn't call the no ball, it's called by the third eye, you play it as a normal delivery, and then you get the free hit in a one-day game. So you would have had two chances. You could have hit the no ball for 6 and hit the free hit for another 6. Wide again, outside the line of the off stump. And the 20th over still to be completed. None for 14 so far. This is our 5th over, Leewards. And that's a full toss and hit away, and that's caught. But we'll just check and see if it was too high. And the umpire Banwari saying that no, it wasn't too high. So she's gone. Homer caught at the square leg position, and she's gone now for 28 from 58 balls. She hit the only 6 of the innings so far, and that was maybe just marginal. She pulled it away, a high full toss, but in the opinion of umpire Banwari, not high enough to be called a no ball. So in the 20th overs, 20 overs have been completed. Well, yes, 20 overs have been completed. It's 86-02 now, with Homer going caught at square leg off the bowling of Leewards.
Yeah, so that was a full toss on the line of the leg stump. And there was Homer backing herself for another maybe boundary. But just like you were mentioning earlier about a call being on the ground for no ball, I think she was expecting that one would have been called a no ball. But umpire Mokan at square leg, he said no, it was marginal, it was good enough, it was not a no ball. And Claxton, who completed the catch, a good running catch coming in from the boundary, and took it a few meters in off of the boundary. And that's the end of the second wicket. So both openers are back in the pavilion now. And Leewards, who had a difficult time completing her over, will be happy now that she's seen the back of Homer. Gone for 28, 59 deliveries, 2 for 86 after 20. And now with both openers in the hut, Malika Edward, the new batter for the Windward Islands, should want to give good support to Fletcher and start a new partnership. But with the second wicket going down, Leewards want to continue to pick up wickets and to reduce the Windward Islands to a decent total that they think they can go on to get a bit later on.
Malika Edwards wouldn't be in strike. Yes, she's in strike because the over was completed. So the 29-year-old Malika Edwards, Edward yet to score. Edwards bowls to Edward. So forward she comes, plays it into the onside. Both batters have got on their green Windwards Islands colored helmets. Edwards bowls to Edward, and Edward is hitting this one uppishly. Didn't time it properly. Got on to her a lot quicker than she would have expected or anticipated. And in the end, all is well that ends well for the Windward Islands. They continue to look good, but they've lost 2 quick wickets, and they're 87 for 2. Good morning to you, Mikowanya.
Good morning to you, Sean Devers. Leeward Island just getting a few strikes in, pegging back the Windward just a bit, but I think the balance this one is swept away. We have to see the signal coming from the umpire. Just gonna pick up a single here, goes down to the, and it's a leg by. Goes
Yeah,
down
so
to that 4 to 5 area. So just picking up the leg by there is Edwards.
So she's still yet to score, but they get one. 87 now for the loss of 2. Well, 88 for 2. That's a lovely shot through extra cover. And that's 4. No, that's Fletcher. So that means it went through mid-wicket for 4. She's the right-hander. And she gets a boundary to finish the over. At the end of the over, the total is 92 for the loss of 2. And Fletcher goes up now to 11. No, Fletcher will go to 15. We apologize for the slow scoring. It's no fault of those here. I think the problem emanates from India. It has to go to India and then come back to the West Indies, in this case South America or Guyana.
That's a lot of traveling.
Yeah. The scores must be very tired.
Yeah, we have a wonderful team of guys working behind the
excellent
scenes
staff
here. Richard Latif, we have Sunil Joshua, McGarrell, all these guys. A big thank you to them for the wonderful job that they've been doing throughout this entire tournament. This one is in the air and taken.
That's a lovely catch.
What a
Had
lovely
to leap
catch.
and pull it down with the right hand, and that was always on the card since the first ball she faced looked completely out of sorts, and she's gone back for a duck. So Edward, Malika Edward, gone for a duck off the bowling of Leewards. She's picked up her second wicket now, 2 for 20, and the total 92 now for 3.
That's a wonderful diving catch there by Amanda Edward. Great athleticism shown, stretched. I think she stretched herself out. She's just getting up, just a bit gingerly there. But I think, you know, the euphoria of that wicket is going to ease, you know, all the pain that she's feeling now. That was a wonderful catch. Excellent cricket there.
So in the 22nd over, Edward caught by Edwards off the bowling of Leewards for a duck. So we see a duck going into the scorecard yesterday. 7 ducks. That was the most ducks ever scored in a women's regional match. Guyana had 7 ducks. And they had 14 runs off the bat, 9 extras, and they made the lowest score ever in a semi-final. The lowest score by Guyana, 23. Here is Leewards looking for her 3rd wicket outside the line of the off. A little bit of spin and good delivery also.
Yes, Sean, that was an embarrassing display there. It's not what we were looking forward to. A lot of people were hoping to have Guyana in the finals, but it just wasn't to be. It was a poor display, but let's not forget, you know, Chanel Henry and Vanessa Watts. They would have bowled some excellent spells. 5 for 18 by Chanel Henry, and then 5 for 5. 5 wickets for 5 runs. That's just amazing by Vanessa Watts.
And that was the first time that 2 bowlers had 5 wickets each in the same innings of a women's game in the West Indies.
Well, there's a lot of records tumbling here in this tournament, and this is what the tournament is for. This is what cricket is about. You know, as they say, records are meant to be broken, but it was just a poor display, a poor batting display. What are your thoughts on that, Sean? Why do you think that happened?
I don't know. The caliber of the batsmen as the over comes to an end, it's 92 for 3, 22 overs gone. The caliber of the batters suggests that they should have made a lot more runs. When you look at the quality of the Guyana batters, Campbell, Mangru, Cherian, Fraser, all of them had played for the West Indies. And yet they didn't look looked like they ever played even for schools. They were bundled out.
Yeah,
And incidentally, Jamaica has the lowest, put Guyana to the lowest total in both men and female cricket now. They bowled out Guyana yesterday for 23. And in 1986, at Sabina Park, Guyana's men were bowled out for 41 by Jamaica. Patrick Patterson and company.
well, that's one of our great fast bowlers.
Low
So
shot.
no shame in that there. Patrick, well, there is shame, but you know, Patrick Patterson, one of the quickest we've ever seen in
And
the
also
region.
in that Jamaica side was Courtney Walsh. I think Michael Holden also played. We had a guy from Maltinos, Kevin Edwards. Full toss. Didn't get it away, Fletcher. Looking to hammer it, pull it, and trickled back towards the bowler. And Kevin Edwards said that he didn't know first class cricket was so hard and the bowlers bowled so fast.
Well, that's why it's a stepping stone. You know, the process of making it to the international level. You start at your local levels in Ghana. You have the intercounty. You move on to the regional level to represent your country. And, you know, it's a stepping stone, and there's always lessons to be taken away from every level. So,
Nice use of the feet down towards mid-off,
So-
Fletcher.
So even though as you go on to the higher levels, you see what it's about, you've got to make your adjustments. And that's the thing that would separate the good players from the great players.
He said in the one-day version, those times the Wednesday was the one day, and the 4-day started on Friday. And he said in the one day, I think was the Grant Harrison line, that's bowled, using her feet again, playing around the ball, and completely missed, banged into the off stump, and she's gone, Fletcher, almost giving her wicket away there. She's gone for 15 from 30 balls. All of a sudden, the Leeward Islands, from a position of 57 without loss, they are now 92 for 4.
It's a wonderful comeback here by the Leeward Islands. I think with that foundation that that the Windward Islands would have started with, you'd want to think that they'd be in a better position. Here we are in the 23rd over, but some wickets falling, and it was not a really convincing shot there by Afi Fletcher. She tried to use her feet to come down the track, but then just tried to pray across the line, and like she just missed it completely, and it cannoned into the stumps, and she's out bowled for 15. And the new batter out to the crease is Jafina Joseph, here to do battle for her team.
So that's Leewards as the over been completed. And bowling from the northern end now. So it's 94 for the loss of 4. The last wicket fell at 93. So it was 57 for 1, then 86 for 2, 92 for 3, and then 93 for 4. So wickets tumbling in a heap. That's turned away. Nice shot. Out towards the vacant fine leg position. The fielder is staring after it, but she will pull it back just inside. Good work by the fielder. And tosses the ball back towards the keeper. So they come back for 3. James looking solid. She's been picked in the franchise, the youngest player to be picked for the franchise leagues. The women franchise, which will be played in St. Kitts. And Joseph has joined her. She's not yet faced the ball, and she's on 5 now. Joseph will now come in to strike, 97 for 4 from 57 without loss.
That's a wide on the leg side there.
So good afternoon to everyone in the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. where the Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed. Beaten outside the line of the autumn. She's out caught behind the edge from the catch taken, and Leewards has picked up her third wicket now as she's on a roll. And the Windward Islands, from a position of strength, 57 without loss, they are now 98 for 5.
What a collapse here. We've seen this all too much. She's despondent there as she walks back to her dressing room, not happy with that decision. I'm not sure if she's happy with the decision or the shot. As she passes the new batter coming to the crease, Quiana Joseph. So, Windward Islands are struggling here after such a wonderful start. The projected score has now gone down to 209. But we're wondering how possible would that be? We have to just wait and see. Leewards on a roll here. She's on fire, taking a few scalps here.
So Joseph has replaced Joseph. One Joseph. Jafina replaced by Quiana. And let's see what Quiana would do, because Jafina made a duck. She was caught behind off the bowling of Leewards, who's picked up her third wicket now, and 2 knots going into the Windward Islands scorebook. Here is Leewards looking for her 4th wicket, and this is hit back towards the bowler, and there is no run. I was asking if anyone knew the name of the daughter of umpire Golden Grieve, and a girl messaged me to say that it was Gillian Greaves, but John Ramsing had already done the research. That's a lovely shot, played into the offside, flowing cover drive by Quintiana Joseph, and she's off the mark with a lovely looking cover drive for 4. And she's on 4, 5 to James, and 100 coming up with that shot, 102 for 5.
Yeah. They had a great start, and it's good to see them hitting the triple figures, which has been a struggle throughout this entire tournament, but they got there quite comfortably. 5 wickets down, in the 24th over, so they want to see how much they can maintain this. As Joseph played this one out to the mid-off region, and that's the end of the over here in the CG United Super 50 Cup. 24 overs gone, 102 for 5 are the Windward Islands.
Yeah, well, we saw 2 lovely drives there, 1 for 4 and 1 straight to mid-off. Well, she looks a capable batsman, Quintiana Joseph, and now she's joined James, the young teenager, who's a left-hander, and a partnership is needed here, though. Good afternoon to Cameron Coffey, the former West Indies and Vincentian fast bowler. He was actually born the same day, the same year, and the same date with me, but I'm 10 minutes older than him.
Sean Devers, I'm wondering if you should be on the stats team or in the commentary box, or maybe even both, because you're well updated. You have all your stats there ready, board dates, wickets, bowling stats, dates of historic moments in cricket. Excellent there by my colleague Sean Devers.
Well, a lovely punch towards the sweeper position by James. She rotates the strike. She gives back the strike now to Quintiana Joseph, who played 2 lovely drives, 1 reaching the boundary. She's on 6, James, and total going up to 103. Well, when we went to St. Vincent, and I said, happy birthday to you, and he said, same to you, the guys in the Ghana team laughed at him. They said, only when it's Christmas, you say same to you. They didn't know he and me share the same birthday. That's outside the line of the leg stump. Good stop by the keeper. Inadvertent stop though. It came off of her pads and it went down to square leg. That was a wide. And good work there by the keeper in the end to limit the scoring to 2. One for the wide, and they ran a single. So James is back in strike. Quintiana is yet to add to her 4. 105 for 5.
Yeah, Cameron Coffey, remember him as a youngster growing up. He's always a bowler that I like. Seemed to always bowl
Another wide.
A steady line in the West Indies team. Maybe it didn't kick on as we all would have liked, but he's always a bowler that I like.
We played youth cricket together at Boda, Guyana versus the Windward Islands. Good delivery again, back over length. This is a good spell here from Edwards. She's in her 8th over now, and she's taking 2 for 24. Leewards has taken 3 wickets. So the off-spin combination, bowling in tandem, have been the architects of destruction for the Leeward Islands. Good delivery again, playing a loose shot, looking to cut too close to her, and it went by to be taken by the keeper. James survives. Edwards in bright sunshine. Moves in, bows to James. James looking for a big shot. A lot of left hand into that, the left-hander, and it goes down towards the deep mid-wicket. And they get 2 easy runs. So looking to be positive, looking to attack, and she gets 2 for all her hard work. She's on 8 now. It's 108 for 5.
Yeah, Zaida James, a little pocket rocket, excellent in the field, bowls her spin, and now she's performing with the bat.
Oh my dear, that's a good delivery. Kept a little bit low, but maybe just turned enough to miss the stumps. Umpire Mikawanya. How is that?
Well, umpire Mokan says not out, and former umpire Mikawanya is going to work with umpire Mokan this time. It seems to have pitched outside the line of the leg stump, and we all know you should not be given out in that instance, but the umpire Mokan, he's in the best position. And 25 overs gone. Windward Islands are 108 for 5.
So good decision then from umpire Mokan.
Yes, definitely, I would say that. You can see right arm over bowler coming, right arm over, bowling to the left-handed batter, trying to move the ball away.
And tomorrow, Jamaica play Barbados. I've got Barbados to win that match because of their balanced team. They have a strong batting, even without Deandra Dottin. And they've got a capable bowling based on speed pace. But there's Haley Matthews, the off-spinner, the one spin in the side. And capable team, strong batting and bowling. And Knights is a very good keeper. So I back Barbados tomorrow against Jamaica. Here today in the 5th and 6th playoff. Back goes Joseph to Leewards and plays it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. 108 for 5. Well, 4 to Joseph.
Well, Sean, I'm not gonna, try to share my bias here on air, but I'll be supporting my Guyana Amazon Warriors female captain. I'm gonna be supporting her, and because I know she's a great leader. Probably one of my
lovely
favorite
delivery.
cricketers.
That one turned square by Leiberg and comprehensively beaten as she fished at it outside the line of the off stump, and lucky not to get an edge on that occasion. 108 for 5.
For those of you who may not know who is the captain, that's Stephanie Taylor from Jamaica. And I believe she's going to lead our Guyana Amazon Warriors women to their first CPL title, which will be amazing if the women can bring one home for our nation before our men.
Another wide down the leg side. And sweep and a miss. 109 now for 5, the Windwards. Winning the toss and batting. That's another lovely shot. Past the short cover and then tidy up to her right at the mid-off position, going to her right inside the circle. And she gets a single, so rotation in the strike. The left-hander comes into strike. The field will change over. It's 110 now for 5. James is on 8. Joseph on 5. Outside the line of the off stump again, and no damage done. A dot goes into the scorebook. 26 overs gone. It's 110 for the loss of 5 wickets. Fletcher is gone. Janella Glasgow is gone. Kimon Homer is gone. And they've got now the undefeated batters at the crease. Jada James and Quinton Joseph. She's on 8. Joseph is on 5. 110 for 5. More thoughts from you, Mikawanya. And then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsing.
So Amanda Edwards will now continue. She's been bowling well so far. Just swung away on the leg side, fielding done there at the square leg area. I'm going to pick up a single. See, the James doing a good job here for her team so far. 8 from 13 deliveries. Oh, looking to cut that one with all that real estate that's vacant out there on the offside, square on the offside. Should have gotten some bat on that. Could have been 4. So I welcome back my colleague John Ramsing. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much, Miko Wanya. Yes, I'm very good actually. This game has certainly taken a twist. 57 without loss. 98 for 5 and now 111 for the same 5. Thanks mainly to the 17-year-old who's on strike and looking extremely good. Very composed at the crease. Lots of technique. The approved technique as well. Very neat stroke player.
And it seems as though when she's ready for that power shot, it's there. She can generate that power.
Yeah. Good timer of the ball.
Yeah. Hitting it powerfully down the ground.
Take nothing away from Edwards. Now in our 9th over, 2 for 28. This one is swung away. The backward square comes off the boundary, so limit the batters to a single. So that's the end of 27. 27 overs completed, 23 to go. 113 for the loss of 5. Zeta James is on 9. Kiana Joseph on 7. So a little bit of partnership developing now. 15 runs for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, this will be exactly what the Windwards would want. You know, partnerships are important. And especially coming off that little collapse that they would have had where a few wickets tumbled. So good build, good rebuild here by the 2 batters currently at the crease. You know, facing off this off-spin attack being thrown at them by the Leeward Islands.
So the pair of Leewards and Amanda Edwards picking up all the wickets to fall. Leewards with 3 of those 5 and Amanda with the other 2, Amanda Edwards. Leewards operating from the media center and the same end that Chanel Henry got her 5 for yesterday in semi-final 2 against Guyana.
It's good to see a great recovery from Leewards because she would have put down a catch early in the piece but got the ball and made up for it quite handsomely. Little misfield there by Hector, the skipper, but quick to recover.
So while she was recovering, Zeta James was looking for the second. That's good awareness being shown by James.
But I think they always warn you about running on the misfield there, John.
Yes.
You got to be careful.
So her partner sent her back.
I just love the way how Zeta is leaving the ball outside the off stump. It's a very positive leave. It's letting her bowler know that she's aware of the spin, aware of her off stump, and just confidently leaving the ball. Nice shot.
Chance for a quick single, chance for a run out as well. There was James hitting straight to the field at extra cover. Amanda Edwards does not feel cleanly, but James was committed to the run. And after her partner in Kiana Joseph recognizing that the fielder has the ball, she stayed in her crease, but James was there almost in the same non-striker's end. And then Kiana Joseph took off, but luckily for them, Amanda Edwards did not feel cleanly, but James hitting the ball straight to the fielder and running.
Yeah, that was a bit of dangerous run in there. You want to get that just away from the fielder. Appeal there, umpire saying not out, and that's the end of the over. So it's 28 overs gone, 115 for 5. And I'm proud to say it's 28 overs gone from a total of possible 50 overs in the day. When last could we have said that, John?
Maybe in the year 2020, when there was no cricket being played because of COVID-19. Yeah, but it's good to see that we've started on time and that the weather looks good. The forecast also is quite promising. So Leewards completed another over, and now we see Edwards with her final over.
I think everything that I see Zeta James doing as a batter, she seems very much composed at the crease. Even all of her movements seem positive and sure. You know, it's the way she gets back, the way she gets forward, the way she leaves the ball outside the off stump. So this is good to see. You know, one would want to hope that she can build on it, work with the technical staff as much as possible to improve her game and even get into the international level. So excellent, and I'm impressed with her performance.
She almost took her side home to victory in a T20 game against Trinidad and Tobago.
That was heartbreaking, John.
This one is in the air. Field at mid-on, comes around, takes it, Davana Claxton. And that's the end of Zeta James. We've been speaking so highly about her. And now the Leewards seeing the back of Zeta James, caught by Claxton off the bowling of Edwards in her last over. Her eyes opened as she saw a nice half volley on the line of her leg stump. And she has given a simple catch to Claxton at mid-on. So that's the 6th wicket going down now for the Windward Islands. And the well said, the technically correct batter, who knows where her off stump was, Zeta James, looking for the big shot, got the leading edge and was taken at mid-on. She's gone for 10. And it's now 115 for a loss of 6 in over number 29. I know her biggest fan, who is her mom, Debbie, who was here throughout the tournament but had to go back home recently. Her mom, Debbie, will be very disappointed, not only with the shot, but the fact that she's out before getting a good enough total.
Yeah, she seems just giving that one away a bit, looking to go over the top. Maybe would have been better served trying to play that one along the ground.
Yeah, she was looking so good driving along the ground. But had a rush of blood, looking like I said, to hit that half volley out of the ground. Maybe getting ready for CPL, for T20 mode again.
Well, there's some amount of time before we get to that. Zeta James is in the Ghana Amazon Warriors female team, so she knows that she has our support.
But then you have to play what's in front of you, play it on its merit. this game is present. CPL is a far way off. Just a rush of blood, you may want to say, from young James. This one edging. Karina Noel, the new batter for the Windward Islands. Just short of the fielder at first slip. So it's all happening now. And the Leeward Islands now into the lower middle order of the Windward Islands. And this time she drives to a full delivery outside her off stump. And that's the end of 10 overs from Amanda Edwards. 10 overs, 3 for 30. 10 overs, 3 for 30. She started when things were a bit difficult. She got the initial breakthrough, and then she picked up the wickets of Fletcher, the captain, and now Zeta James. So 10 overs, 3 for 30, end of Amanda Edwards.
It was a really good spell, picking up those 3 wickets at a came at a time when the Windward Islands batters were on top. They started with game with a 50 run opening partnership, and she just pegged it back quite nicely. She worked in tandem with Leewards, and the 2 off spinners did a wonderful job for the team. So, which was good to see. So the Windwards just not making the best use of that start that they would have had.
So now Roselle Leibird is in her final over as well. They both very well in tandem, Leibird and Edwards. Their bowling spells complemented each other. They put the brakes on the Windward Islands. They picked up wickets. All 6 wickets being shared between Amanda Edwards and Roselle Leibird.
Another wide to the total there. So extras now moving along to now 34 and a total of 117 in the 30th over. So it's just way too high. That's something that every team in this tournament has got to work on, the extras.
So after Leibird completes her spell, it means Shanisha Hector will have to go back to the seamers. Tonya Martin, herself and Hector, and then Tiffany Thorpe, who all bowled before the spinners came on without any success. And they were thumped around the park. This one is it through extra cover and going to go down to the boundary for 4. Lots of power, lots of bottom hand in that shot from Kiana Joseph, and she gets the boundary. And Leibird in the final over conceding another boundary, so down towards the end of her 10th, 3 for 34. And then over number 30, 121 for 6.
Yeah, I think she may want to even try to bring back Devana Claxton, as you would have said. She didn't have a good opening spell, so she'd want to try and make amends for that. And that's the end of the 30th over. Windward Islands are 121 for 6.
So Claxton 2 overs, Thorpe 2 overs, Thorpe 3 overs, Hector 2. Tonya Martin 3. So those bowlers will have to come back. But nice spell again from Leibird coming to an end. 10 overs, 3 for 34. So that's the end of the spinners, Leibird and Edwards. In total, 60 overs, 6 for 64.
It's excellent. It's excellent to see.
And Saneldo Willett is going to pick up the attack. We haven't seen her for this match so far, but she's going to have her first bowl at the start of over number 31. 121 for 6. Still scoring over 4 runs and over the Windward Islands. And should they bat out the rest of their 20 overs at this same rate, They will have 202 on the board.
That would be good. And we haven't had many scores of over 200 in this tournament. We haven't had many scores of maybe even over 150, John. So that would be good to see if they can get there.
It was a struggle indeed for our batters this season. But when Windwards started this morning with Glasgow and Homer, they put on 57 in 11 overs. That was a very good start. Foundation has been, well, then would have been laid.
Just worked away there. Square on the leg side, picking up the single.
So after the opening stand of 57, Homer and Fletcher put on 30 for the second wicket. And since then, it has been a steady procession of batters to and from the wicket. Wickets falling with a score on 57 for 1, 87 for 2, 92 for 3, 92 for 4, 98 for 5, 115 for 6 when Zeta James was dismissed. So after the dismissal of the openers, no batter really looked comfortable and suggested any permanence. This was a massive hit. This one is traveling towards wide long on. It's going to fall just in front of the boundary and will roll into the ropes eventually. It went high in the air and it landed. And do remember this outfield has taken a lot of water over the last few days, so it's a bit heavy, but made it into the boundary nonetheless. 127 over 6. That's a big hit from Kiana Joseph.
Yeah, the two fielders there on the boundary giving chase. I think they've given up the chase, but it landed and it just stopped. And then it crawled slowly into the boundary, and then they were trying to get it, but it had enough legs to get to 4.
That reminds me of when you're on a golf course and you chip one. This one is in the air. Chance for a catch as well, and it's going to be dropped. And both fielders colliding there, Amanda Edwards and Tanetta McCoy. Both of them were going for the catch. Edwards got there, and when she held on, she was confronted by her partner, Tanetta McCoy. They collided, the ball came out of her hand, and both fielders are on the ground for the count.
It's never a good sight to see that, John. I guess no one would have called mine or so, and they both collided. Look like they're holding their shoulders. So this is never a good sight. The umpire signaling dead ball right away. We just hope that it's nothing serious.
The medical team is summoned, and chances are they're not going to be needed, at least not for long. Tanetta McCoy getting some attention to her left shoulder. She collided with Edwards after Edwards took the catch, and after the body collision, the ball popped out of Edwards' hand. So both fielders are still on the ground. 127 for 6 in over number 31. And we can maybe switch our attention just momentarily to what's happening in St. Lucia as Sean Devers comes again. West Indies and Bangladesh locked in battle at the Beau Séjour Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium. Bangladesh sent in 65 for a loss of 1. West Indies, well, 66 now with a single being taken. Tamin Iqbal is on 44 and Najmul Hussain on 12. Nice partnership of 25 building. So test matches you tend to bat long. So this one, you've seen the loss of Mamadul Hassan for 10, with Anderson Phillip getting into the 11 today, picking up the first wicket. Phillip replaced Gurukesh Moti, who made his test debut in the last match in Antigua and Barbuda. So that test match often running in St. Lucia, Sean.
Yes, the West Indies are on a 1-0 lead in the series. They beat Bangladesh in Antigua very badly. But this is a new day, a new ground, a faster pitch. And Anderson Phillip replacing Moti. No surprise there because of the hardness and the fastness of the track. But a good start for the Bangladeshis, even though they've lost the one wicket.
Well, a much better start than what they had in the first test in Antigua and Barbuda at the sort of Vivian Richards cricket ground. Yeah. So West Indies put themselves in a position where they cannot lose a series. They can draw it or maybe win it.
Yes, well, you want to win series against teams like Netherlands, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and those teams. But you got to do like what England did to Netherlands, destroy them. Don't just win.
Yeah, show your authority.
Yeah.
So after that test match after the second test match at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, the attention will be shifted to another Windward Island in Dominica, where the first and second T20 matches will be played, July 2 and 3. And then the teams will travel to Guyana for the third T20 International, which will be played right here at the National Stadium on July 7, followed by the 3 one-day internationals, July 10, 13, and 16. So the international calendar of matches in the Caribbean, very packed, because right after Bangladesh leave, India will be in the Caribbean. 3 one-day internationals at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago, followed by the first T20, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Not only the first T20 of that series, but the first T20 at that venue, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Toruba, down south.
First international match, international T20.
First international T20. Then the second and third T20 internationals, West Indies against India, will play at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Fourth and fifth will be heading to the Central Broward Regional County in Florida. So India, tour of the West Indies. So this one, as we resume the action here at Providence, is tugged away into the onside. Stanello Willett still in her first over. Injury to a few of the players on the Leeward Island side. So we have resumed the battle. 130 for a loss of 6 in over number 31. And after India, New Zealand will be in the Caribbean. New Zealand having 3 T20s in Jamaica and 3 one internationals at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. 31 overs completed. Windward Islands 130 for 6.
Yes, and those dates for the Jamaica matches, August 10th, 12th, and 14th, the T20s that you were saying in Jamaica, they might be looking at this stream also. Anticipating tomorrow the big clash with Jamaica and Barbados, and the ones in Barbados, the one-days internationals, 17th, 19th, and 21st of August. So a lot of cricket in the region, and then after that, September, there's the CPL from August into September. The final is on the 30th of September, right here at the Providence Stadium.
So right after the international series, CPL will begin. Then lots of domestic cricket being played as well. So the calendar is very tight this year as Sean H. Hector comes back into the attack, bowls to Noel at the start of over number 32.
Well, Hector comes from an island that's produced a lot of great cricketers. Antigua. They've got Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, Richie Richardson, the Benjamins, Jacobs, all outstanding Leeward Islands cricketers from one tiny island, 108 square miles. This is on the line of the off stump and dropped again. She maybe damaged her shoulder there as she dropped the catch, landed awkwardly on her shoulder, and Noel looking for a big drive, spooned it in the air, and Hector's denied another wicket. But more importantly for her, she's seeming to have lost another teammate. Stands hand akimbo.
Well, it's actually the same fielder that collided with Edwards. This time we see Tanetta McCoy
So
holding
she,
her shoulder. She actually was holding her shoulder after the collision, and now again, maybe re-injuring that shoulder.
so she was down, then she got up, beat the count, and now she's down again. And this time, she's got to join her teammate going off the field. So hard work for the Leeward Islands physio here today. And it's never nice to see anybody being injured on a cricket field. 136 for 6, the Windwards. So it's drinks, 136 for 6. That's all we've got for you for now. Come back after the players have been refreshed. Welcome back to a sunlit Providence Stadium. Gone about. Yeah, welcome back to a sunlit stadium here at Providence, ground about 10 minutes away from the capital, Georgetown. As we see Hector, the Leeward Islands captain, continues the only international player for the West Indies to come from the Leeward Islands. The captain in women's cricket I'm talking about, Hector, on her way and bowls a ball that's back of a length, maybe kept a little bit low and played out towards the mid-wicket position, and there is no run. So there's a short third man inside the 30-yard circle. There's a backward point. There's a cover and a mid-off, all inside the circle. And then on the inside the circle, there's a forward square leg. This is punched away off the back foot. And she gets an easy single. Noel, she goes to 3 and brings Joseph, who's looked to play a lot of powerful shots. She's looked good on the drive, and she has the power. So Joseph got the single. She's at the non-strikers end now, and Noel is in strike. Noel on 3. Joseph on 18. 136 with a loss of 6 wickets, and this is hit down towards the boundary, and good stop, good football work by the fielder, and that didn't go into the boundary, and the good work there preventing the batters from going back for 2. Maybe Noel thought that would have gone for 4 and didn't decide to continue running, but they only got 1, so Noel will keep the strike as the over comes to an end. 32 overs gone. It's 132 for 6 with Joseph on 18 and Noel now on 4. So good sun continuing to blaze here at the Providence Stadium, as I'm joined again by John Ramsing. Good morning to you, John.
Hello, Sean. Good morning once again. Yes, it's a very hot morning, very sunny, really lovely weather for cricket. We have a gripping contest in our hands so far.
This is short and pulled away by Noel. And Willett continues from the commentary box end. So Willett, the daughter of the first Leeward Islands player to play for the West Indies, left-arm spinner El Comido Willett. She is also the sister of Tanito Willett, the Leeward Islands first-class batter. And now she's here, the sister, continuing the cricketing trend in the family. Number 13 on her back as she moves away from us to bowl to the powerful Joseph, and Joseph is clipping that away down towards the boundary for 4, and she's looked very positive since she's come out. She moves now to, we'll just get it up on the screen, 138 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, that's a very confident.
Oh, she's gone to 22 with that shot.
Yeah, very confident shot indeed. It was on the line of her leg stump, and she just flicked it away. Got good connection, good placement as well. So Willett will want to come off of that leg stump line.
So 22 from 28 balls. Good partnership building here with Noel, who's on 5 from 9.
So after straining on the leg side and conceding a boundary, she bowls outside the off stump, too wide, and now the fielder who collected that wide at short third man, looking to run out the batter, giving the extra runs, so 3 runs. And you can say not a ball was bowled because the wide will have to be bowled again.
Yeah, well, no legal ball was bowled. I was corrected there by the former umpire.
Yes, he says he's a former umpire.
Yeah, Miko Wanya. He told me that once the bowler begins her run-up, and that's another wide, so once the bowler begins her run-up, legally, the over started. But no legal delivery is bowled if you bowl a wide or a no ball.
So you're never too old to learn, Sean.
I know that already. But
Never too old to be reminded.
yes, never too old to be reminded. Here is Willett bowls, and that's hit down the ground, out towards the long arm position, and the fielder comes across to do the fielding, and they come back for 2. If Pollard was batting, they would have had a fielder right in front of the side screen. I wonder if that wasn't a problem with Pollard, because if you walk in front of the side screen, the batter would complain, but they set fields for Pollard because he plays so straight directly behind the bowler. 143 for the loss of 6, Windward Islands, and that's a loud appeal, but no support from the keeper. And another appeal for a run out, but she was well inside, so 2 appeals going down, both said not out by umpire Mukan. So 143 for 6.
This is a nice innings from Kiana Joseph, playing a few shots for some, getting a lot of bottom hand into her shots, getting the boundaries.
And she's hitting the ball pretty hard, pretty powerfully.
Kimoni Holder made 28. Janila Glasgow 22. 15 Fletcher. 10 Zeta James. Now this innings looks good from Kiana Joseph. Chance for run out, the direct hit. Question asked, umpire Mokan is unmoved. So the Leeward Islands now creating some opportunities. Looks like Leewards, the fielder, who sent that return from backward, short backward square. Direct hit. And usually the direct hit will find the batters short of their crease by some inches, but that was good commitment being shown by Joseph. This time it will beat Leewards, to her left and into the boundary. So the field at mid-wicket could not come around in time. And a boundary to end the 33rd over. And the partnership as well going past 30, so now 33 for the 7th wicket. So the momentum again is back with the Windward Islands.
Yeah, and that was a lovely shot to end that over. She got into the fun of scoring boundaries also, so she's not leaving it all up to Joseph. And that was a lovely shot. A full toss, but it has to be put away, and she obliged. You have to hit them, even if they're a bad ball, to score boundaries.
What a nice partnership with Joseph and Noel. Kiana Joseph, Karina Noel. Still to come, Ashleen Edward, Pearl Etienne, and Tracy Byron, but not necessarily in that order.
Oh my, that's a big shot. Parried away there by the skipper, and it deflected out towards the mid-off, short cover. And she got a single, hit hard into the ground, and parried away. That should have hurt her hand. Sun continued to blaze all its glory. This is a ball that's pitched up, and again now the non-striker looks at Noel as she plays a big shot out towards the mid-on. So Noel also looking to be more aggressive now. She's on 9, 26 to Joseph. And this one is tucked into the onside. Nice off hands, good commitment to the run, good communication, and well run. Rotation is strike again. Good single there from Noel. She's into double figures now. It's 150 coming up for the loss of 6. This is the 34th over.
The run rate certainly upped with this partnership. 150. Congratulations to the Windward Islands getting past 150.
Slow delivery there from Hector, and played quietly in front of her. Both of these teams joined their regional tournament as the Windwards and Leewards in 2016. The Leewards have yet to win a title. In fact, they finished last in every tournament, the T20 Blaze and the 50 over tournament. This is wide outside the leg stump, and the total going up now to 150. While the Windward Islands joined in 2016, they played as separate teams. Grenada 1973, St. Lucia 1988, Dominica 1995, and St. Vincent in 2000. So they played as their separate islands before they joined forces as the Windward Islands in 2016. Another single played out towards the offside, and the total now going up to 153 for the loss of 6 wickets. So the Windward Islands have wealth of experience. Of course, the island that Fletcher comes from, Grenada, the Spice Isle, they hosted the first ever women's tournament in 1977. This is a ball that's hit in the air, and it's falling just short of Dullaby. And she didn't seem to make that concerted effort to go for the catch. 153 for 6. 36 overs gone. 35 overs gone. 34 overs gone. Yes, 34 overs gone.
So the history of women's cricket, well documented. West Indies won the Women's World T20 in 2016. So that would have been a lone world title for West Indies women.
But both Trinidad and Jamaica began the first Women's World Cup under their national flags in 1973. And after that, the West Indies played as a team when Stephanie Taylor led West Indies to victory in that 2016 tournament. Lovely shot again, a little bit cross-batted, horizontal shot, and it powered out towards the mid-on, who fumbled the ball, but no addition to the score, which is gone up by 1. So 155 now for the loss of 6 wickets. Joseph on 27, Noel on 12. Joseph, the bigger, more powerful batter, is looking to hit that over the top, over cover, and gets a single. Looking for the second, putting pressure on the arm of the fielder, and in the end, good, excellent running by these two. This partnership continues to build, and it's now 157 for the loss of 6 wickets, the Windward Island. This is a good recovery, this partnership doing well.
42 runs for the 7th wicket so far between Joseph and Noel. And the hallmark of the partnership is good running between the wickets.
And pugnacious hitting by especially Joseph.
Yeah.
Here's this one out towards long on, gets a single.
But they're riding their luck, taking their chances, the Windward Islands. Had a few chances, gone a begging.
With Noel in strike now, the field coming up to mid-off and mid-on. When Joseph was in strike, it was, oh my, that's a lovely shot. Just over the head of the backward square. They've just pulled in the backward square from the deep boundary and to a short backward square, and that swept away out towards where that girl would have been the previous delivery, and it went for 4. So 4 more runs to the total. Total going up now to 162 for the loss of 6.
161. Loss of 6 wickets. Yeah, that's a good boundary for Noel. Not a loose delivery from Wicket. So the boundary coming in the over, in addition to 2 singles and a double. So 8 runs from 5 deliveries. Wicket very expensive so far.
None for 32. It's going to be none for 33 now. She's still in her 3rd over.
Yeah.
And good rotation in the strike again. The over is not yet completed. Well, the over is completed, yes. So the over is gone. 35 overs completed. 162 for the loss of 6. So welcome back, as I'm joined by Makuanya, and the ball is, first ball of the over is tugged away out towards long on, and the batters come back for 2. So the total now going up to 164 for the loss of 6 wickets. Welcome back, my brother.
Good day, Sean. Thank you. Nice fight back here from the Windward Islands. At one point, it seems as though they were going to have a collapse and just totally not make use of that foundation that was laid earlier. But it's great to see this, and now we even have the 50th partnership coming up, which coming in quick time.
Just 40 balls.
Yes.
With one batter making 19, and she's bowled.
Oh.
Just as we were talking about the goodness of the partnership, the well-compiled partnership, she's lost her off stump, looking to drive, and she's gone, the big hitter, Joseph. And from 98 for 5, they've now taken the score to 166 for 7. And that's what the score is now, 166 for 7. She's gone for 22.
Even as we look at that replay there, Sean, seems as though she was actually standing outside the off stump and trying to flick outside the line of the leg stump, and trying to flick that one and just missed it completely. And the bowler, Thorpe, just making a mess of the stumps there. New batter coming to the crease, Ashleen Edward. So Quiana Joseph being clean bowled there by Thorpe for 30. It was a good innings from her. It steadied the ship just a bit. Windward Island, their projected score, still at 233, so that's fairly decent. And they're scoring at a somewhat fair pace as well, 4 over 4.5 and over. So they're in a tough spot, but their projection seems quite favorable if they can maintain.
Well, Noel seems quite set. She's on 20. And Edward will have to stay with her outside the line of the off stump. Not far enough or wide enough to be called a wide, but certainly wide enough for the batter not to bother with it. Shoulders, arms, leaves it alone. So there's a fielder. No, that's not a fielder. That's a person, a girl running in front of the side screen. And that's a Leeward Islands person going to give the drinks. And she seemed oblivious of what was going on in the field.
Yeah, that was kind of poor sportsmanship there, Sean. She walked right alongside the side screen behind the bowler at the time of delivery.
Yeah, but nobody noticed except us and the camera.
Well, it would have been interesting if a wicket should have been taken at that same instant.
So 36 overs gone, 165 for 7. Yes. So at lunch from St. Lucia, they score Bangladesh 77 for 2. I wonder who got the second wicket. I know Anderson Phillip got the first one, and 77 for 2. The game evenly placed there at lunch.
The second wicket was picked up by Alazari Joseph, but it must be quite a feeling for Anderson Phillip to pick up his first test wicket by clean bowling.
Yeah.
A batter in a test match, so that's the way you'd want it.
It's always a good feeling whenever a bowler hits the woodwork, and that's hit in the air, but will fall between those two fielders, one running back and one running forward from the mid-wicket position and the deep mid-wicket position. And in no man's land, you say, the ball falls, and she gets another single. So the left-hander, Noel, continues to look good. You're watching and listening to CG United Super 50 Cup from the Providence Stadium.
Yeah, Noel not hanging around anymore. She's gonna step up the pace, try to be a bit more aggressive.
So Edwards in strike gets a ball that's down the leg side, another wide. And the total going up now to 167 for the loss of 7. They were 57 without loss. And then they slipped to 98 for 5. Well, they slipped to 115 for 6. And then 98 for 5. A good partnership of 50 between Noel. Oh, good delivery. That swung. And beaten outside the line of the Austin. That was maybe too good to get the wicket. And then fifth run partnership between Joseph and Noel took the score to 165 for 7. It's now 167 for 7.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. We haven't seen much of that from the Leeward Island bowlers, partly due to the fact that they were using a lot of spin bowling, but it's a wide.
In bowls again. That's the ball that moves away, prodigious away movement, lateral movement, but too wide, and the umpire Mukan is signaling a wide again. So busy day for both umpires.
Oh, very busy day. And as we look at the extras tally, it's now moved on to 42, Sean. That's too much.
Lovely drive. Good stop there by the bowler, Clarkson. The Leeward Islands are usually big girls. And got down very quickly there.
Athletic.
Yeah.
As a big man myself, I need to represent for the big girls. We may be big, but we are athletic.
Yes, another why. That's why I believe that Raheem Cornwall is the best off spinner in the West Indies. He topped the regional 4-day cricket, and he never got picked. I don't believe he would have played in St. Lucia, but he might have played in his home country, Antigua, in the first test. Ball that's on the line of the Midland leg stump, turned away out towards backward square. And there is no run, so Edwards yet to score. 6 balls she's faced, 169 for 7.
You know, Sean, I've been told quite a lot within my cricketing circles that I look a lot like Raheem Cornwall. I've been told that I look like his brother, and we can be related, and I'm proud to say that big brothers represent in cricket. But I met Raheem Cornwall once, and I stood next to him for a picture. And the guy is head and shoulders taller than me.
Yeah, he's a big man.
I thought I was big, but he is bigger than me. Good afternoon to Raheem Cornwall if he's listening.
And his uncle Wilden Cornwall, who captained the Leeward Islands. At the end of the over, it's 167 for 7. 37 overs gone.
$169 for 7 after 37 overs. Leeward Island, Windward Islands progressing nicely on a fair pace. Looking to get to that 200 score.
Hello to everybody in the island of Antigua. Here is a delivery that's pitched outside the line of the off stump. And Noel nibbles at it, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. The Brancas, Krista and her family, they are in Antigua. Sandra Plater, Valerie Wong, who made a cake for me while I was doing commentary there a couple of years ago, I think 2018 regional tournament. It was my birthday, and she made a cake for me, and Kenny Benjamin loved the cake more than me. And he ate up most of it. Good afternoon to you, Kenny Benjamin. Remember the cake that my friend made?
So, was it Kenny Benjamin's birthday as well?
No, it was my birthday. And he ordered a cake when it was his birthday because he loved the cake so much. That's a lovely shot. Pitched up and swept away by Noel. She's continuing to get more confidence as the innings is progressing. And it's now 174 for the loss of 7.
It's a nicely timed shot. Just picked it up from the leg stump and just working it away down to the square leg boundary, mid-wicket area. Gonna pick that up for 4.
On the line of the leg stump, just outside. The appeal quickly aborted, because the ball was heading down the leg side. And that's the same year I met the Prime Minister of Antigua, Gaston Brown. There's a Guyana Mashramani celebration staged in Antigua. There are 10,000 documented Guyanese living in Antigua, and that's a good run. Bad feeling though, push it into the offside by Noel, and she's gone now to 26 with that run, gives the strike back to Edwards, 174 for 7. So I met the Prime Minister at the Guyana Mashumani celebrations. There were lots of Guyanese there. So that's where I first met the Prime Minister of Antigua, my good friend James Trotman. Good afternoon to you. I went with his kids and him to the Mashumani celebrations. It was like a big fair, boot selling, things and so on. So another over is completed, 38 without loss. 38 overs gone, 174 for 7.
Yeah, you can find Guyanese just about anywhere in the world. Antigua, throughout the Caribbean, Trinidad, of course, the United States, Canada. You know, there's all Guyanese
England.
everywhere.
Yeah.
England, of course, yeah, definitely.
Good morning good afternoon, good evening to Colwyn Court and Barton Brong if you're listening in England. That's swatted away down towards mid-off. And Noel continues to keep the scoreboard ticking. She's gone now to 27. Edwards is still 9 balls and she's yet to score. 174 now for 7.
Melissa Clark.
Ball that's
Powerfully
pitched
hit.
up. Yes, very powerfully hit. Sweet flowing drive. So the singles coming, rotation of the strike, and that's also important when you have a left-hand, right-hand combination. The bowlers are forced to bowl different lines. This is pitched up and a misfield at short cover, resulting in a single down towards the deep mid-off. And again, rotation in the strike. Noel goes now to 28. Amanda Edward, she is on 1. Alicia Edward, she is on 1. And gets a full toss, wide outside the leg stump. Signaled wide by the umpire Mukan, who continues to have a very hard day in the office.
Yeah, well, this is why you're here. This is why you are an umpire. You've got to put in the work. I think they've been signaling wides more than anything else.
Good delivery again, bang on target this time, and played quietly into the onside, and there's no run. So Clarkson. Claxton, another wide. Melissa Clark? Oh. So Clark goes in, bowls, that's hit nicely. On driven, down towards long on. And they just get a single. Good stop there by the field at the deep mid-on. And there is just a single. So again, rotation in the strike. Again, the singles coming up. 108 now for the loss of 7. Noel is quickly gone to 28 from 27 balls. So she's scoring more than a ball a run. And Edwards is looking good, showing good support. Staying there, she's on 2 from 12 balls. This is a good delivery. Beaten outside the line of the off stump is Noel. And it went by to be taken by the keeper. So the end of... this is the 39th over completed. It's 180 for the loss of 7.
Going back there was a beautiful on-drive play there by Edward. Beating the fielder there at, it was short mid-wicket at the time.
Thorpe bowls. Starting our 6th over, and this one is pushed into the offside. Firm push, but straight to the mid-off fielder, and there's no run. Good afternoon to you in the island of St. Kitts and Nevis. the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. This is a ball that's a slow delivery and well played in the end by Edward. Alisa Edward back and across, plays it back towards the bowler. The T20 Women's Tournament will be played there, and also 2 matches in the India series will also be played there in St. Kitts. Nice little ground there at Warner Park, one of the smallest international venues in the world. Short delivery, back and across goes the right-handed Edwards, and there is no run. So nice start to this over. Can she finish it well? 2 balls to be bowled.
Yeah, I think throughout the tournament I've been impressed with Thorpe. She seems to be very busy bowler. She's steady. She goes about her work. She seems very focused. She, focusing on her line and length that she wants to bowl. It just seems as though she's here to do a job, and that's what she's focused on. So I think throughout this tournament she would have been an impressive bowler for Leewards, and not to take away
Thorpe
anything
is in,
from
bowls, and that's clipped away between the short mid-wicket and the mid-on, and down towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket for 4. So a lovely shot to finish the over, spoil the over. She was looking good so far. And then Edward looking nicely, played a great cover, great on drive there for 4, and brings the over to an end. So at the end of the 40th over, it's 184 for the loss of 7.
So Melissa Clark to continue. We're going to continue bowling to Karina Noel as Sean takes his exit from the commentary area, and I welcome back my colleague John Ramsing. This is a decent fight back from the Windward Islands, John, considering where they were, the collapse, and now to see them still progressing.
Hello, Miko Wanya. Yeah, certainly a good game on hand. Windward Islands opting to bat first. So they want to show that that was the right decision. Karina Noel picking up singles, yes, in the boundaries. So she's looking very good. Scoring almost a run a ball. Taking her chances. Not moving her front foot a lot, but she's very effective in her production. Edged away, runs again for the Windward Islands. Is going to get very close to the third man boundary. Going to get there now, ahead of the fielder. Good chase, but in the end, Bello, the substitute on the field, cannot prevent the boundary. So calculated edge, and 4 more to the total. 189 now for the loss of 7.
Yeah, just beating the keeper Parker there. Run down to the boundary for 4. The bowler must be devastated at that, getting the outside edge, but not getting that wicket. Down the ground, stopped by Clark this time.
So this is a good contest for 5th and 6th place. This is placements really. Trinidad Tobago and Guyana losing semi-finalists. We'll not see those 2 teams again. Tomorrow will be the final, the grand final between defending champions Barbados and newly crowned T20 champions Jamaica. So these 2 teams did not make it to the semi-finals, but they're having a chance to play 1 more match. And Windward Islands winning the toss and batting after 4-1 overs. 189 for 7. So just 9 overs to go, Miko Wanya. And according to the calculations, with this scoring rate, or 4.161, the current scoring rate, the Windwards are on course to get 231 from their 50 overs. Here's Noel tugging this one down towards long on. She's not working in the gaps, in the V's really. She's not using that front foot. She just open up her stance and got a single. So if they get to 230 plus, that'll be a very good score for the Leeward Islands.
Yes,
to chase.
Yes, John, it definitely will. It is a little bit less than what the original projected total was when they had that excellent opening partnership, but this is still a good partnership if they can get there. At one time, I was wondering how were they going to progress when they had, that tumble from 87 for 2 all the way to 115 for 6, but it just seems as they have stuck to their guns, kept the strike rotating. Karina Noel playing a good hand, and now they're 190 for 7 and still scoring at over 4.5 and over, which is very good to see.
Bold. Yeah, castled. So that was Ashleen Edward playing over a very full ball from Tiffany Thorpe. Thorpe picking up her first wicket. And as you can see, let's have a look at this one now. Thorpe going round the wicket to the right-handed batter. That ball pitched just about middle stump and just moved as she let a little bit of a gap open. Was Thorpe picking up her second wicket, I beg your pardon. So 1 run in the over so far. And the wicket of Ashleen bowled by Thorpe. Windward Islands 190 for 8.
That's a really, really good ball there. The right-hander coming round the wicket and just castling the off stump of the right-handed batter. It's not something that you see every day. The fast bowler coming round the wicket to the right-hander, but it worked. And as you mentioned, the ball, just a little bit of movement, but just enough to doing what it had to do to beat the bat. And we see now she maintains that line of coming round the wicket to the right-handed batters. So she's working on that line.
The new batter for the Windward Islands is Tracy Byron. First time I'm seeing Byron. She plays deep in her crease. That's the end of a successful over bowled by Tiffany Thorpe. 190 for a loss of 8, 42 gone.
So 8 overs remaining, 2 wickets in hand. The Leeward Islands will be looking to wrap this one up and not having the Windwards bat out their 50. It'll be a nice little mental victory. While the Windward Islands will be looking to do just that, just the opposite of that, to bat out their 50.
In their opening game against Barbados in the Super 50, the Windwards were bowled out well before 50 overs, while the next day, the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago batted their 50 overs.
I guess some days you're on top, John, and other days you're not.
Seven overs to go after this with just Pearl Etienne in the hut to come. So the Windwards will have to really depend on this pair of Noel and Tracy Byron to take them very close to that 50 over mark.
Pearl Etienne, known more for her bowling, Learn her batting. Full delivery there, almost Yorker length.
So when the women's T20 Blaze started on the 7th of June, that was the first day of the season, Paul Etienne celebrated her 40th birthday. The oldest player in the tournament.
Wow. You know, you never know that her age by just looking at her out on the field. She's a live wire. She's very athletic. She dives around. She moves a lot in the field. So it's good to see, you know, that she kept herself well over the years, you know. A very agile 40-year-old. Oh, pulled away.
That's a nice shot. Rolling the wrist and getting the boundary. So that was a short ball from Hector. And that one you would say spoiling the over, because 5 dot balls until then. There is Karina Noel with his unorthodox way of playing. No foot movement, but pulling a ball out on the line of her body and got the boundary to end the over.
Yeah, that was what I like to call a fighting pull shot. Yeah. You know, bowler dropping shot and the batter not having any of it. You will not bounce me out, and just pulled nicely, timing it just right, rolling the wrist, finding the gap, keeping the ball on the ground. 4 runs. Excellent batting there by Karina Noel. Is age still a factor in sports, John?
You know, say age is just a number, isn't it?
Just
I guess so, if your body can take the rigors of the sport that you're taking part in, I guess you can give it a go. But if your body is saying no, the mind may be saying yes, but the body is saying no, then you have to call it a day.
I don't know if you were trying to bring up a song there, John. The mind is saying no, but the body is saying yes.
Not at all. Never one for the arts in terms of singing. I love to listen to music, however.
It was a classic song from the early 90s. Those of you who are R&B fans will know the song I'm talking about. I mean, we're talking about age in sports, and you know, one of my favorite sports person currently, Tom Brady, plays in the NFL. 45 years old, still producing.
Loud applause going up because Tracy Byron has gotten off the mark. Not sure if her camp, the Windward Islands camp, were thinking otherwise. And they're surprised that she has gotten off the mark, but it's good to know that she's gotten off the mark.
And we know how it is in the dressing room, especially for the lower order players. Pulled down the ground. Dollar there cleaning up at the square leg boundary. Batter's picking up 2 there.
Seventeen fours and 1 6 in the innings by the Windward Islands. This is over number 44. Karina Noel just about a run of ball, 36 from 38. Top score of the innings so far.
Nicely played down the ground. Gonna pick up that single.
We got 22 from Janelia Glasgow, 28 from Kimoni Homer, Afi Fletcher 15, Malika Edward no score, Zeta James 10, Jafina Joseph no score, Kiana Joseph 30, Ashlyn Edward 10, all back in the pavilion. Karina Noel 37 now, and Tracy Byron on 1.
It's interesting that we haven't had an individual score, no one score and a half century score, but the score is still decent. Even at the end of 44 overs, the score now is 199 for 8. The Windward Island batting here in Providence in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Not many scores of 200 and over, John. Looks like we're gonna get one here. Oh, dropped there by Sineldo Willett at cover point. Karina Noel cutting away, but he just could not hold on to that one. Went a bit low as well.
200 coming up for the Windward Islands at the start of over number 45. And that's what I said earlier. Windward Islands right in their luck. There's Noel hitting in the air. But Willett, I think it fell just in front of the fielder as she was diving forward. Every time Byron gets a dot ball, or every time she survives, loud applause going up from the Windward Islands camp.
We know there's probably some bet running there in that locker room about how much she will score.
Or how long she will survive. Nice bunch. I was actually chatting with the management team of the Windward Islands. Samantha Lynch, the head coach, she played for the Windward Islands up to 2019 when the tournament was last played. Assistant coach on tour is Junior Murray. Junior Murray, former West Indies wicket keeper.
Yeah, I remember looking at Junior Murray keep when I was just a little boy in primary school. And it's amazing to see how he has maintained his health and his fitness. Physically, he looks like the same person. Yeah, of course, he would have aged, but he looks like the same person, same built, everything. So taking care of himself, Junior Murray.
Lots of Masters League popping up around the world now. So maybe Junior Murray looking to stage a comeback. Why not? He looks the part.
Yeah, he certainly does. Did you see that video of Wasim Akram bowling to Michael Atherton?
With the umpire being Sir Clive Lloyd. Yes. What a delivery.
Yeah, Wasim Akram still got it. That in-swinger.
Brian Lara was a non-striker. He had the best seat in the house at the time. Yeah, that video went viral in no time. Full toss, but she hit it into her pad. And that's going to be... Well, I thought it was going to be a no ball. It's looking at the movement of the umpire. But you guys, you umpires have a trigger movement. Almost every delivery, you look at... You do some sort of signal after every delivery.
Well, it depends. We communicate with each other to let our partners know if it was off the bat, it's just off the pad, if it did not touch anything. It's just to check to see how many balls left in the over. And these are all little subtle signs that you've got to pick up to know as an umpire. And at the end of over number 45, Windward Islands are 202 for 8 here at Providence.
Run partnership so far for the 9th wicket. Probably at the end yet to come. Slated at number 11 for the Windward Islands. She's there padded up watching as Noel and Byron take center stage. Over number 46 is being bowled by Tiffany Thorpe. Thorpe now in her 9th over, 2 for 29. Earlier we saw Amanda Edwards completing her spell of 10 overs, 3 for 30. Roselle Liebert, 10 overs, 3 for 34. So Thorpe, now on her 9th over. She picked up the wickets of Kiana Joseph and Ashleen Edward. Both batters were bowled convincingly. She's bowling stump to stump. Started a bit wide in this over, but generally very good line and length. Substitute fielder on the field, Arshina Freeman. She's there because two fielders collided, Tanetta McCoy and Amanda Edwards, and they're both off the field. This one is tugged into the onside, gone towards straightish mid-wicket. The fielder long on comes around, gives chase, and will not get there. So 4 runs halfway through over number 46, as you can see. Noel pulled this one from outside the off stump, just marginally, maybe just on line of off stump, but in the gap on the onside, and gets the boundary. She's riding her luck. Karina Noel, top score so far, on to 42 now. 206 for the loss of 8 wickets. Sean comes back, and Sean will take us home to lunch today. Will take us to lunch today. Hi, Sean.
Yeah, good afternoon to you also, John. Good afternoon to you wherever you are. And this is a good start. Glasgow got 22, Homer got 28, Quinton Joseph got 30, and Noel is now on 42. In fact, she and Joseph put on 50 runs partnership. That's the biggest partnership. Another nice sweep down towards the boundary for another 4. So she's going closer and closer to what would be her first 50. And it's now 210 for the loss of 8 wickets.
So there is Thorpe over the wicket this time. Badly lined, just outside the line of leg stump, and yet again we see Noel with that unorthodox way of playing, just getting enough bat sweeping the medium pacer to the second boundary in the over. This one is played upish, looking for the second. Will she come back? She's going to come back. I thought she wanted to keep strike at the start of the new over, but she came back for the second. And that will be the end of over number 46. So 10 runs in the over, bowled by Tiffany Thorpe. She's now bowled 9 overs, 2 for 37. And after 46 overs, 210. Well, it should be 212 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, well, of course, Thorpe has bowled with good control throughout her spell. She was the one fast bowler that had the best control in terms of the Leeward Islands bowlers. Even the captain, Hector, she bowled a couple of wides, but the bowling has not been bad, and the fielding, but the catching has been a little problematic for the Leeward Islands. They've put down too many catches, too many easy catches. And of course, the Windward Islands now, they've gotten good partnerships, they've gotten starts. Only 2 batters have made ducks. The lowest score after that was 10. So everybody else has gotten into double figures. And this is a nice shot there played into the offside by the debutant, Byron. And she gets a single. So she's now on to 2. She's faced 13 balls down. That's the important thing. Her staying with Noel, who's got now 48, 2 away from a 50. And she's scoring at more than a run a ball.
Clark continues. A single taken to take Noel on to 49. And looking for the overthrow. But the bowler ran back quickly to get the ball after it was ricocheted from the stump after hitting it directly. Maybe that's a rule we may consider, and we may see change, that after the ball hits the stump, the batter cannot run after that. Maybe. Loud appeal for like before, but you'll take a single. We'll have to await the signal of umpire Mokan. He says leg by, so no bat on that. but good awareness by the batters, recognizing the opportunity for a quick single. And Noel called her partner, and Byron responded. So Noel on 49, on the verge of a half century. In the air, one hand from Leewards and cannot take the catch, and that would be the 50 for Karina Noel. 50 from 48 deliveries, 6 fours in her innings, and because of her late assault, the Windward Islands now 215 for 8, looking to extend their total well-played innings of 50. As you can see, 48 deliveries, 6 fours, well-played Karina Noel.
As the over comes to an end, it's a well-played innings. 50 from 48 balls. Fantastic knock by the low order batsman. Batter.
So 3 overs to go in the Windward Islands innings. So it's good to see that the Windwards are also batting their 50 overs. Well, they haven't reached there as yet, but to get to 47 overs is very commendable.
Yeah, certainly so. They looked like a good batting unit in this game. Everybody contributed, even though some got starts but didn't carry on. It was a good team effort by the Windward Islands. And I say good afternoon to Basil Morgan, the umpire in Montserrat. As the volcano hit the island of Montserrat, half the island is in ashes. Forward she comes and plays it back along the track. Noel, she's exactly on 50 balls. That means she's scoring at a strike rate of 100, 216 for 8. Of course, Runsford beaten. Guyana and West Indies fast bowler was actually born in the island of Montserrat. Lovely shot, pulled away, nicely down to the boundary. And she now thinks that she's gotten 50 because of the scoreboard, but she's gotten 50 before this. And she is now raising her bat to her small but appreciative teammates, especially in the dugout. She's 50, well-played innings.
And celebrating that 50 with a 4.
A boundary, yeah.
Yeah, that was on the line of her leg stump again. So Thorpe and the other Leeward Islands bowlers feeding Noel on her leg stump.
And again, hit this time the fielder comes across to her left, the Labai, and sends the return in, but they come back for a second, so good running. So she's now gone to 56. It's 222 for 8.
Yeah, that 230 I spoke about earlier, certainly on the cards for the Windward Islands.
Thorpe. And that's short again, and that's pulled, but straight to the fielder at backward square. So the runs flowing. She continues to bowl a leg stump line. And 7 runs have been scored in 3 balls in that area. 223 now for 8. Gives the strike back to Byron. Byron on 2 from 15 balls. This is a great supporting knock. 57 from 53 is Noel. This is short and looking to pull it away from outside the line of the off stump. Even Byron now getting into the action of playing aggressive shots. The over is completed at the end of 48 overs. It's 223 for 8.
And Thorpe becoming the third bowler to complete her spell of 10. 2 for 46. Good returns. Started expensive, but got the wicket of Kiana Joseph, who was going well at the time. And then got the wicket of Ashley Edward. Both of the wickets she got, both victims were clean bowled. So 190, the 8th wicket going down. So now the partnership on to 33 for the 9th wicket. So this is a very important partnership for the Windward Islands.
Nice shot again. As Noel continues to look very, very well. She's gone now to 58. So the spinners having the middle order in some problems. Playing across the line, but ball maybe missing the leg stump. going outside the leg stump. And no shout there from anyone in the field. Byron, in her first game, Tracy Byron. And again, down the leg side. And a good awareness and good single there in the end. That was initiated by Noel. She called her down. It hit her pad. And it dropped just in front. And Noel was screaming down the track. And she had to respond. In the end, she got there safely. Good rotation in the strike. Importantly for the Windwards, Noel is in strike now. She's 58 from 54 balls. And just looking to hit that too hard, losing her shape. And it bubbled away out towards the bottom of the bat. And down towards the short fine leg. The keeper picking up the ball. Sun blazing in all its glory. Strong breeze blowing the flags on the monk stand, and as it slapped away, but straight to the field at cover, and there's no run. Of course, Neil Barry, the former Guyana player, played there for 2 seasons in Montserrat in the Leeward Islands tournament. He lived there for 2 years. This one is pulled away out towards the mid-wicket position by Noel, and she goes now to 59. At the end of the over, so 49 overs gone, 1 to go. It's 226 for the loss of 8. You can still get your 230.
That projected total, well, you can see it now up to 231. I was saying 230 would have been a good score for the Windward Islands to get from 50 overs after winning the toss in good conditions, not having the best of tournaments. This represents a very good knock by the Windward Islands. I mean, this match they're playing for 5th place really. The winner will be 5th in the points table, well, in the tournament, and the loser, of course, finishing at the bottom. These teams did not qualify for the semi-finals.
And with Noel in strike, it's likely that the total will go above 230. This is swatted away. And she wants a single, and she gets it too. Raises her hand like a policeman in the busy Regent Street area to say no. So Byron is in strike. What do you think Byron would do to this delivery?
Byron will try to get a single at least to get Noel back on strike. And we saw when she got pad in the way, Noel was quick to respond for the leg by, but the fielders are coming in to prevent any run being scored. Hector bowling the final over, the captain herself.
227 for 8, the Windward Islands. And this is hit away out towards the mid-on position, and they scamper through for a single. That's well played, well run, good awareness, good intelligent partnership here.
You can see Noel was prepared to run at anything. As soon as that ball hit bat, she was out of the non-striker's crease in a hurry, scampering for the striker's end, but was well hit, not with a lot of power.
228 for 8, 4 deliveries left, barring wides or no balls. And this is pulled away into the onside. They will look for 2 and challenge the arm of Dulby. And she sends it relayed return back towards the bowler's end, and they get 2. So the total now, 230. Your projected target achieved.
So now they can add to that what we'll call bonus runs. And this one is being thrown away. Overthrows now. So the Leeward Islands throwing this one away. The substitute, Sadilla Bello, collected the ball and relayed to the bowler, who's not at the crease, and it went over her head, and then the extra run given.
You were talking about bonus runs. That's exactly bonus runs, because bonus runs are free runs. And they were settling for 1, and they got 2. So this one is trickling into the boundary, and it's going to reach there. So Noel on the attack, and this was short, and she pulled it, not timing it as well as she should, but still getting enough bat on it to carry it to the boundary. So she's now 68, 236 for 8, 1 delivery left in the over. Noel will go for a big shot.
So 10 runs already in the final over, bowled by Hector.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Pugnaciously hit, and it's going to go close to the boundary, into the boundary, almost the exact spot. So consecutive boundaries out towards the mid-wicket fence, and 50 partnership comes up with that shot. So a good day in the office for the Windward Islands. They end on 240 for 8, and the Leewards now need 241 to win this match. Great batting by the Windward Islands team.
Yes, a very good effort from the Windward Islands to get to 240 for the loss of 8, thanks mainly to 72 from 62 deliveries with 9 fours from Karina Noel. And she really shepherded the lower order, helped along the way by Ashley Edward, who made 10 from 25, so she played her part as well. But I think debutante Tracy Byron, 3 from 19, invaluable support. 50 runs for the 9th wicket, being added in very quick time as well. And that partnership for the 9th wicket, I can say, will be a very crucial one in the context of this game. So the Windward Islands won the toss this morning and opted to bat first. Janita Glasgow, bowled by Amanda Edwards for 22. Kimoni Homer caught Devana Claxton, bowled Leewards for 28. Afi Fletcher bowled Edwards 15. Malika Edward did not trouble the scorers, caught Edward, bowled Leewards. Zeta James caught Devana Claxton, bowled Amanda Edwards 10. Jafina Joseph got a forced ball, caught at the wicket of Leewards. Kiana Joseph bowled Tiffany Thorpe 30. Ashley Edward bowled Tiffany Thorpe as well 10, leaving Byron not out on 3. And the star of the innings, Karina Noel, 72 from 62 balls with 9 fours. In all, there were 50 extras as well, made up of 4 leg byes and 46 wides. 50 extras, 4 leg byes, 46 wides. Bowling for the Leeward Islands, Tonya Martin, who started with one of the new balls, 3 overs, none for 22. Shanisha Hector finishing the innings, 8 overs, none for 39. Tiffany Thorpe, 10 overs, no maiden, 2 for 46. Devana Claxton, just 2 overs, none for 15. Saneldo Willett, 3 overs, none for 33. Melissa Clark, 4 overs, none for 17. And the star of the innings with the ball, Amanda Edwards, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. Supported nicely by Roselle Leewards, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 34. So it means the Windward Islands, 240 for 8. They have set the Leeward Islands a target of 241 in 50 overs. We'll take a break for lunch and we'll be back in about 35 minutes with the run chase, with Leeward Islands looking to get 242 to take 5th place in the CG United Women's Super 50 2022.
Yes, well, welcome back to the Providence Stadium here on the east bank of the Demerara. We greet you with the news that earlier today, the Windward Islands won the toss and made 240 for 8. This was in setting the Leeward Islands 241 to win. Noel top scored with 72, an unbeaten 72. Joseph had 30. Homer had 28 and Glasgow 22. All the batters got starts, and that's why the Windwards were able to post such a good total. Amanda Edwards, she had 3 for 30, Leewards 3 for 34, and Turp 2 for 46. It's now time for the Leeward Islands to begin their run chase, needing 241 to win this match. It would be the first time if they win, they would finish above last in any regional women's tournament. Good afternoon to you, Mikawanda.
Good afternoon to you, Sean. Good afternoon to our viewers who are joining us again after our lunch interval. The bowlers are ready. The bowler is ready to go. Leeward Island batters are taking strike as they look to chase down this mammoth total, 241. It's an above average total for this tournament.
So Glasgow with the first delivery, bowls to Clark. Clark is playing it out into the offside and there's no run. So Windwards want to back up their good batting performance with on-target bowling and good fielding. The Leeward Islands, I thought, fielded well, but they dropped too many catches.
Yes, certainly. The ground feeling was good. Too many drop catches, as you mentioned, and also a whole lot of indiscipline in the bowling. We see a whopping 51 extras being conceded by the Leeward Islands, so that is not good at all. Extras actually being one of the key contributors to the total. And it's almost like one extra every over. So Windwards would look to have a better performance in that area and try to wrap up this innings as soon as possible and secure that victory.
Well, as you speak, wide is bowled by Glasgow, so it's one without loss, and technically just 2 deliveries have been bowled. So nice sunny conditions continue to prevail. Nice blue skies, cotton-wool clouds floating lazily over the Providence sward, and a strong breeze blowing the flags on the monk stand. This is pitched up and driven by Clark as she hits it straight to mid-off, and there's no run. So Clark is not, Dolabali is not, and it's 1 without loss, 1 being the extra, the wide.
So Glasgow the one to settle in on a good line. Oh, I'm bold!
Full and straight, and Glasgow gets her lady full and straight and picked out the middle stump, and she's got to go. She's got to go for a duck, and the Leeward Islands 1 for 1.
Very full delivery there as we see on the replay. Minister Clark looking to heave that one, missing it completely and having her middle stump pegged back as she goes for a duck. Excellent, full, fast, straight delivery. Exactly what the Windwards would have wanted. Exactly the start that they were hoping for. As the new batter, Saneldo Willett, comes out to do battle for the Leewards.
So Janella Glasgow, with her tail up, she's gotten an early breakthrough. In fact, in her first over, with her fourth legal delivery, bowling Clark for a duck. This is outside the line of the leg stump and spoils her over with another wide, the second of the over. So they might want to challenge the Windward Islands in terms of wides.
Well, for their sake, we would hope not. Looking to have a better, more disciplined performance. Battling for that fifth position.
Good delivery, back of a length. And the new batter, Wicket, from the island of Nevis. Of course, we were talking about Junior Murray. He was the first West Indian cricketer from Grenada to play for the West Indies, and then came Roald Lewis, and then came Devon Smith, in fact. Devon Thomas is from Antigua. This is a ball that's pitched on the line of the off-stump, steered away out towards point, and there is no run. So successful over comes to an end. She's got 2 for 1 after 1 over. It's 2 for 1 after 1 over.
Pearl Etienne to share the new ball. Wearing the famous number 23. Made famous by one man. The greatest NBA player of all time, the
Michael
GOAT.
Jordan, you're talking about?
There's only one. There's absolutely no other person. Only one.
The 40-year-old Etienne, the oldest player in the tournament, with the famous number 23 on her back, goes in and bowls, and that's played away out towards the third man position. Open the face of her bat, Dolly Bell. Yeah, Dolly Bell, Rosalind Dolly Bell. Rosalie Dolly Bell. So she's won. Wicket, who will come into strike, is yet to score. Leeward Islands, in reply, needing 241 to win. They're 3 for 1. This is a nice shot, but straight to the fielder.
So there's good attacking, aggressive stuff here by the Windward Islands. See them employing a slip and even like a short gully there, looking for that outside edge, that mistimed shot. So good attacking stuff here. Oh, and
lovely
she
shot,
flays
flung the
that
gap, and
through
not a person moved. It went like a rocket to the boundary, and she's off the mark in fine style. She's on 4, and Lullaby is on 1, and it's 7 without loss. 7 for 1. They lost the wicket of Clark, bowled by Glasgow for naught in the first over. Loud appeal as Wicket was looking to play around the ball, and the Dominican marches back to her mark, looking extremely fit, fitter than many of the younger ladies in this tournament. Etienne bowls, and that's driven back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So although she conceded that boundary, all the other balls have been bang on target.
looking to wrap up the over here. Oh, pull the way. Oh, stop there at mid wicket. Ooh, that would have been it. And there's an overthrow. So, short ball pulled away, stopped at mid wicket by Byron. Overthrows. It's all happening out there. The score moves on to 9 without loss after 2 overs. Leeward Islands chasing 241 for victory in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Live from Providence. Glasgow to continue. Bowling to Rosalie Dalabayo.
And Dalabayo leaves it alone outside the line of the off stump. But good control here by Glasgow. And of course, Etienne. So good start from the Windward Islands. They've already picked up an early wicket. And Dalabayo and Willett have got to stage a good partnership here. That's nicely played, opening the face of the bat. Similar shot to what she played in the previous over, and gets this time 2. So she's gone now to 3. 6 to Willett, and it's 11 for 1.
Dalabayo sprinting in between the wickets there. Knew it was going to be 2 the moment it came off the bat. Windward Islands, Afi Fletcher still aggressive in the field placement, still looking to get another breakthrough here. Slip and the gully. Ooh, not getting that one. Looking for that pull shot, but just maybe closing the face a bit too early. May have caught her on the glove. The ball just popping up in the air, but no one around to take the catch. So she survives.
Dalabayo from the island originally, from the island of Trinidad and Tobago, the Twin Island Republic, now playing for the Leeward Islands, and flirts at the ball. That was a dangerous shot, luckily for her. And the Leeward Islands, no touch found. It was taken by the keeper. So glorious sunshine. Virtually empty stands. Well, not virtually. Literally empty stands. This is, of course, a working day here in Guyana. Guyana, very industrious people. And they work almost every day. Some get time off on Saturdays and Sundays. But most of us in the sporting fraternity have to work every day because it's weekend. They mainly have sports. Glasgow. This time is bang on target, pushed out into the offside by Dalabayo. And there is no run. So the third over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 11 for 1.
Yeah, if you love your sport, you've got to commit to it one way or the other. Lots of persons here, especially I'm speaking for cricket, you know, you work during the weekend, then there's cricket on the weekends. In Georgetown here we have the 2-day cricket, Saturday and Sunday. So it's like you have your full-time job during the weekend. On the weekend, you have your cricket that you play. For the players, it's not really an earning profession. It's only the umpires who earn on the weekends for that 2-day crickets. Because, you know, the umpires are always going to be professional in everything that we do.
So I got to get back into umpiring. Then I'll earn from cricket, local cricket.
Well, that is one way you can. There's always a need for umpires with so many tournaments happening, so much more cricket.
Etienne from the southern end or the commentary box end. And back goes Willett. Plays it into the offside. The bowler skips across and does her own fielding. Willet with a rich legacy of cricket running through her veins, and stands up straight, punches it with a vertical bat out towards mid-off. So she's got fairly good technique, Willet.
She want to convert that into some runs here today. It's the final day for them. You know, try to make the most of it.
Nice drive again.
As much as you can. There's nothing to lose at this point.
But the problem with the Leeward Islands, there's no real female tournaments being played. Those who play, especially in Antigua, play tape ball. So it's really an uphill task. That's outside the line of the awesome. Little away movement. And it went past the edge of Willett's bat. So that's a big problem for teams in the Leeward Islands. Also, there's a lot of islands that make up the Leeward Islands. And mostly the focus is on male cricket. St. Martin just getting its first male West Indies player. That's pulled away, full toss, and pulled away down to the boundary for 4. So good shot there from Willett, and into the boundary for 4. So the total going up now to 15 for 1.
Oh, nice shot. Found the gap. Pulled away nicely for 4. Sean, do you know if they play that tape ball, is it on tarmac, on concrete, or is it on, pitch, on a regular cricket mud pitch?
All 3. On mud track, that's just behind the hospital there in St. John's, and also they play it on the tarmacs. So this is the end of the over, 15 for 1 after 4 overs.
Decent start here by the Leeward Islands. Not the ideal start, but they're there trying to be steady. 4 overs, 15 runs.
There's a nice little ground just behind the hospital. That's on Factory Road, just near the ARG, the old ARG. You used to play test cricket there. They called it the Antigua Records ground because so many records were scored there. But that's now used primarily for football. And the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at North Song is used for cricket. That's a direct hit, and she's out, gone. Didn't beat the throw. It was a direct hit from square cover, had one stump to aim at, and she is gone. Run out for, I think she just made 7. She just hit a 4, and now she's run out. She's lost her bat in the process, and she's gone back now. It's 15 for 2.
I think what's interesting there, I think her bat may have just jammed into the pitch there and just held up. Wonder if that did not happen, if she would have been able to slide it in and gotten home safe. But her bat being stuck in the pitch, and she lost it, so she was way out of her crease. And that direct hit, that was excellent fielding there.
So she's gone, run out for 10, and it's 15 for 2. And just as when she was looking quite good with that pull, and it's dangerous when you run and your bat sticks into the turf. I saw here in an inter-county game right at the stadium when Demerara were playing, I can't remember who, I think it was Berbice. There was a guy from Guyneck. He ran and in the end broke his thigh bone. That's the strongest bone in your body, I was told, your thigh bone. And he broke it, and he was out of cricket for many, many years. He's playing back now for Guyneck, but he's not the same person as he was.
That sounds very painful there, Sean. I remember seeing a similar occurrence happening to Shahid Afridi in a limited overs game. I can't remember if it was in a World Cup or so, but his bat got stuck in the pitch as well, and he got run out. Arshina Freeman, new batter to the crease. the left-handed batter.
Glasgow. And Freeman is forward, pushes it back along the track. So good start here from the Windwards. Of course, they posted a good total. And now they started well. 226 runs still needed. And that's edged down towards the third man position. An excellent save there by the 40-year-old Etienne. And she's really a live wire in the Windwards field. Diving there at the wide third man, the wide fine leg, and save the boundary. So 16 for 2. As Freeman won, Dolabile back in strike. She's on 3. Good base, back of a length. As we lose the sunshine, but it's just gone temporarily behind the cloud. So no worries with rain, at least for today.
Dolabal seems a very composed and compact batter. Watches the ball onto the bat carefully. We haven't seen the best of her throughout this tournament as she leaves this one outside the off stump. And that's the end of 5 overs there. 16 for 2 on Leeward Islands here in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Etienne to continue, bowling from the southern end.
A slip and a straight gully as Etienne goes past umpire Mukan, and this is on the line of the leg stump, pushed away into the onside, and another direct hit. I'm surprised both the batter and Etienne, and only provided umpire Mukan with extra work. He had to bend and pick up the bails and replace them.
Yeah, you'd want to be careful with that. You won't want to be throwing the ball too much unnecessarily. You never know what can happen.
That's another rule I am disappointed with or disagree with. When you have a direct hit, you're doing something good. The coach tells you to throw the ball at the stumps, and you hit the stumps, and then it ricochets. There's no fault of the person backing up because it goes in the opposite direction, and you still allow the batsmen or the batters to score runs. That ball, as long as the batter is in his crease, should be called dead ball.
No, you see, in the laws of the game.
Yes, well, that's the laws,
Right.
but I'm disagreeing with that law.
All right. Well, the ball is in play. The ball is, when I say the ball comes alive, when the bowler starts to run and the ball is in play. So unless the ball
But the ball
is
should have
dead,
been killed, dead, once it hits the stump. That's what I'm saying. I know the ball is in play, but that's the law. But I disagree with that law because the ball is in play when it hits the stumps, and you could run. So you don't agree with that?
no, I think it's fine just how it is.
Okay. I don't have a problem with your opinion, but mine's differ from yours.
The only time the ball is dead is when it's a bowl from a fair delivery, and the batter is clean bowled, then the ball is dead at the fall of a wicket. Other than that, the ball is alive and you can score runs.
The ball is dead when a player becomes injured also.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
but that's a totally different issue.
Big swish and a miss. Appeal goes up primarily from behind the wicket. Etienne is not interested.
I was reading about Carlos Brathwaite with his English county side. They were playing in a T20 game, and the batter was in his crease, and he threw the ball, and it hit the batsman, and the umpire gave 5 penalty runs because it was an unnecessary. He hit the batter. It could have been dangerous, and 5 penalty runs were awarded.
So the over is completed. At the end of the over, it's 16 for 2. 6 overs gone. Glasgow continues, bowls wide of the off stump, and Lullaby looking to cut and then pulled out of the shot. When I looked at Lullaby bat in the T20, I figured that the way she bats, she would score a lot of runs in the longer version. But she's got the technique, but she's not had the runs that her ability suggests that she should have. That's a wild cross wipe. Played completely across the line of the ball. That's an ugly shot, and she's given out by umpire Banwari, and rightly so. Plumb in front, looking to hit the ball square instead of driving it towards mid-on with a straight bat, and she's gone. But that's the problem with the Leeward Islands cricketers. She's gone now. It's 16 for 3. They don't have the patience to bat long in 50 overs cricket because of the lack of experience of playing cricket regularly.
I think she may have just heard you there, Sean, and she tried to step it up a bit and missed it completely. A very uncharacteristic shot there from Rosalie Lullaby. Missing that one and giving out LBW. She should have been looking to play that one down the ground, maybe with the fielders up in the circle, maybe picking up that straight down the ground and looking for the boundary, but looking to swipe, and a very ugly shot. 16 for 3.
Glasgow, and that's hit firmly, but a half stop by the bowler out towards mid-off, tidies up as the captain comes out. Well, she's the most accomplished cricketer in the Leeward Islands team with her bowling and her batting. In fact, she's the only Leeward Islands cricketer, the Antiguan, to play for the West Indies. From the Leewards, of course, there was this Indian girl who was born in India, played for the Leewards a bit, and then she went on to play international cricket for the USA. I think she played 5 one-day matches, Bashkar. Both of them played in the 2019 tournament.
Nice.
But she didn't play for the West Indies. She played for the US, and this is hiked away, deliberate shot, up and under and down towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So an authoritative shot there to start her innings down to the boundary for 4. She's off the mark with 4, and it's 20 for 3.
That's a nice, powerful shot. And a stand and deliver. If there ever was a stand and deliver shot, that would be it. Very strong, very solid at the crease, pulling it over the head of the fielders, up in the circle for 4. Good start there by the skipper, showing how she's going to be going about her business today.
Nice shot, full face to the bat, and good stop in the end to our own bowling by Glasgow. Another impressive, successful overs come to an end. At the end of it, it's 7 overs gone, it's 20 for 3.
This is the Leewards Islands the final frontier, the last to make a name in this tournament, their last opportunity. They've got to do it with the bat in hand. So they want to put up a real fight here. Afi Fletcher just getting her field just right.
They need to get more school cricket in the Leeward Islands, the different islands. And that's where you get the cricketers from. Scotia Kiddies Cricket is doing a good job with the West Indies board. This is turned into the onside as Etienne starts a new over. And played out towards the fine leg position by Freeman. Gives the strike back to Hector. And now she's gone to 2. Freeman. Total goes up to 21 for the loss of 3. Yes, they've got to play school cricket more in all of the islands and Guyana, of course, because only Berbice has a vibrant girls program. Nowhere else in Guyana has that program. That's hit back hard into the ground.
Yeah, and we're
Back
seeing
towards Etienne.
and we're seeing the results of that. I mean, you lay the groundwork and you will see the results. Berbice represents Ghana so well, and even the representation in the West Indies
A big swing and a miss. Lifted her head and had a big heave-ho. Tried to hit that ball into the development area beyond the Providence ground, which used to be a cane field. Now their house is there. The wheels of production and the wheels of... They are turning. This is a ball hit over the top, but wouldn't have enough to take it to the boundary, but showing her intentions right away. And this is Etienne shying at the stumps. I wonder if she'd missed that. It would have gone for 4, maybe, overthrows. So good shot there, showing her intentions to be aggressive. And that's a good thing from a Leeward Islands point of view. She gets 2. She goes now to 6. And the total is 23 for 3.
Yeah, Homer was right there backing up. I'm sure she would have done the deed and made a stop. So good aggressive stuff all around. The skipper not wasting any time. It's going to be aggressive as we see the mid-on dropping back.
This is a nice shot. Turns it with that little inward movement that Etienne is getting out behind square. And some indecision between the two. But in the end, they come back easily for a second. So the total now going up to 25 for the loss of 3. 1 delivery left in the 8th over, barring a wide or a no ball. Hector goes up to 8. Freeman is on 2. Good delivery to end the over. At the end of it, 8 overs gone, 25 for the loss of 3.
Etienne just dropping that one back of a length. And skipper standing tall and solid at the crease, playing it back down the pitch.
She's the only player from the Leeward Islands that is in the CPL, Women's Franchise League. Glasgow continues in our fifth over. Bowls outside the line of the off stump. A little stabbing shot there played by Freeman. Missed the ball and it was taken by the keeper. And this franchise league, which we played in St. Kitts simultaneously with the men's CPL. And that is a good motivation for the young girls to see that you could make a living from playing cricket, get paid.
Yes, definitely. As you develop a game, you become a professional, and things will open up for you. And that should be the aim of our region, but not only in our female cricket, but both men and women. Look to improve yourself, and then have these things come following you. Swept away on the leg side. He's going to pick up the single. It's Freeman. So Glasgow, a member of the Trinbago Knight Riders. Also, she's bowling now to her future teammate, Shanisha Hector, also a member of the Trinbago Knight Riders.
And it's nice to see the Windward Islands players getting selected. Fletcher, the little young lady, James. That's an upper shot, but safely away. And misjudgment in her running towards the ball, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So she misjudged the speed and the line of the ball, and it went past her, and then she had to turn and run, and in the end couldn't catch it. So 4 runs to Hector. She continues to look good. I think this is her second boundary. She's a 12 from 11 balls, and the total going up to 30 for 3.
Yeah. Lofted shot in the air, just away from the fielder, who misjudged it.
Nice shot again, hard into the ground. And if there were spectators, they would have said it was a spectator's catch and they would have roared. But unfortunately, there's none. When the 30th of September comes, this ground is going to be rampacked and jumping, dancing. Biggest party in sport.
The 30th of September?
Yeah, that's the final.
Oh, yes.
Good
It doesn't matter who is in the finals, they'll be here.
Yes, I believe so, but most would rather that the Guyana is in the final, the Guyana Amazon Warriors, as the over comes to an end. The total is 30 now for 3.
Yeah, even as we see popular, the Guyana Amazon Warriors fans trying all sorts of gymnastics, as we would say in Guyana, to calling on all the help they can summon to get that elusive trophy for the Guyana Amazon Warriors.
Well, they've made 2 major changes. The venue for the final, and of course, no longer with the manager, Umar Khan. He's been there from the start of the tournament. He's the longest serving manager. And the Guyana's not won a title. They've been the most consistent team, though, in qualifying for the semi-finals and finals. But they've not been able to break that final hurdle to get over it.
Well said, Sean Devers. Who is the manager now for the Guyana Amazon Warriors? Do you know?
Etienne bowls and played nicely by Freeman out towards mid-off. I'm not too sure. John Ramsing would have better knowledge of who. He's an inside man. He's working with the CPL franchise.
Inside Man just reminds me of the movie, but maybe we'll wait for the announcement and see. But I had no idea that Omar Khan wasn't the manager for the team anymore. I just learned.
Feeling at mid-off, they get a single. So importantly for the Leeward setup, Hector gets back the strike as Freeman goes to 4. Hector comes from a 108 square mile island, which produced Viv Richards, Andy Roberts, the Benjamins, Sir Courtly Ambrose, the Ridley Jacobs. This is a ball that's pitched up and played by Hector out towards the... Oh, Freeman. I'm just being told that Freeman is Guyanese born from Enmore and migrated to St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the tender age of 2. That's like Ronsford Beaton, who was born in the volcano.
Oh.
That's a good catch. Nice delivery, left her a little bit of height, bunks, and a great catch there by Affy Fletcher at first slip. Fantastic work by the females. Total goes now to 31 for 4. That was a fantastic catch.
Sean, just as you got that bit of information and we were about to congratulate our Guyanese Freeman, she edged it to the slip. And now she's gone. From Enmore. Say good afternoon to the people of Enmore at this time. A very cricketing village. They're very serious about the cricket there. They work hard. Special shout out to the groundsman there, and you'll have to excuse me, I never knew his correct name. He goes by the nickname of Dog Eye. So hello to you, sir. Have a good day.
Dog Eyes. Good afternoon to you, sir. Dog Eyes.
That was a well-judged catch by Affy Fletcher in the field, showing how it should be done. New batter for Leeward Islands, Terrace Parker. Etienne to continue.
Similar situation with Freeman with Beaton. He was born in Montserrat and played for Guyana. Lived in Essequibo. And went on to play for the West Indies.
It's funny, but when you talk to Guyanese, it's almost as if every Guyanese who lives in Georgetown came from Essequibo. It's just like, it's like either they came from Essequibo or from Borbies. It's like Georgetown is usually made up of people who came from somewhere most of the time.
End of the over, at the end of 10 overs, it's 32 for 4. Well, I am born and bred in the city of Georgetown.
Well, you are a special one, and
No,
you
I'm
continue to be. You too, John Ramsing as well. Well, my mother is from Essequibo. She's from Wicket, neighbors with our own.
But where you from?
R53. I'm from the East Coast,
Okay.
originally. East Coast man all my life. East Coast man all my life. My mother's from the same village as Ramnare Sarwan.
Nice shot. Pitched up there by Glasgow. And Hector driving firmly. 2 for 14. This is our 6th over. Good spell from Glasgow.
When I was a child, around this time when school closed, we'd be packing up, headed to Essequibo for that August vacation, and that's put away by the skipper.
That's 6. Yeah, 6. Just over the ropes, just in front of the red stand. And that's the 4-6 of the innings. So Hector showing why she's a class above the other Leewards players. Of course, she's an international player, played for the West Indies, so she should be above the other players. All the players in the different teams who've played international cricket should be like that. This is a ball that she looks to play across the line. Could have hit it to mid-on. Luckily for her, it was missing the leg stump. And there's no run. Haley Matthews is a prime example of that. She got 99 in this tournament, missed her 100 by 1. She's a West Indian player and shows that she's a West Indian player when she bowls and when she bats.
Definitely. I think throughout the tournament as well, Hector has also been distinguished, at least
Nice
from
shot
my
again,
perspective.
out towards the backward square position and consecutive boundaries in this over. Both times, Glasgow bowling on the line of the leg stump. And she doesn't have protection on the onside as she has on the offside. Just straying into the pads, and that was nicely clipped away. She's gone now into the 20. She's 23. It's 42 for 4.
Yeah, Hector just getting the better of her Trinbago Knight Rider teammates at the moment. But as I was saying, I've been impressed with Hector, the way her mannerisms, the way how she goes about her business. She's been very professional throughout this tournament.
Oh, full toss.
Oh.
And maybe didn't spot it early because she had to check her shot and maybe took it on the body. Was it high enough to be a no ball? No.
Umpire Mokan in the best position for that. The striker's end umpire signaling that the ball was below the waist. Below
And
the
that's the
waistline.
partnerships of umpires too. They work in partnership.
Definitely, definitely.
And this is hiked away out towards the wide mid-wicket, and the fielder coming in then put the brakes on and decided to save the boundary than take the catch. So the overs ended with a single to Hector. She will keep the strike. 11 overs gone, 43 for 4. The Leewards, they need 241 to win this contest.
All right, so now that asking total runs remaining is dipped below 200. And I love the positivity being exhibited here by Hector. You know, this is her last game in this tournament, and she's not going to stick around, as she shouldn't be. You know, she's going to throw it all out and, you know, go for this total, and this is what is needed at this time. No sense in just sticking around to just come in last place. You've got to go for it.
There was a player from the Windward Islands who came from Guyana, Fedi. He played first-class cricket from the Windwards. He was Guyanese. His brother was a former minister in the St. Lucia government. I think he was Minister of Tourism in the past administration.
Well, the Guyanese all over.
That's gone as easy as you like. So it's all going haywire now for the Leeward Islands. Hector, their best batter, pushing at that ball and didn't keep it down and was caught at cover. So from 44 for 4, it's now 44 for 5. Hector going for 24 from 20 balls. A big blow for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, the skipper would have just wanted to carry on a bit more, but just not getting that one, not getting the elevation there needed, and just chipping it straight to the fielder there, and she's out.
So Etienne, like Glasgow, picking up her second wicket. Good day at the office for the Windward Islands opening fast bowlers.
So Tiffany Thorpe will now come out to join Terrace Parker as they try to get this 197 more that is needed for victory. An uphill battle.
Good afternoon to those in Anguilla. A little country, I think it's 38 square miles. You could go round and round the whole island in less than a day. And there also was a Guyanese, Skeleki. I think he played for the Leeward Islands on the 19 team. So as you said, Guyanese all over the place and doing well. Of course, Chris Lewis is from Agricola in Guyana. He played for England. Also Mark Rampashad. He had West Demerara He's from Iflot, West Demerara. His father's from there. And also Monty Lynch. He's from also West Demerara. He played for England and Guyana. Played in the winning 1983 team on the Clive Lloyd.
Yeah, Monty Lynch, good guy. Had some nice conversations with him a few years ago while he was the coach for the Georgetown Cricket Club team. Very insightful, very knowledgeable about the game.
Played a big role in the development of a young Leon Johnson at GCC. That's a good delivery. Maybe she would say that it's expert judgment, but Etienne would say you were comprehensively beaten.
Yes, definitely. Etienne clutching to the back of her head, saying, ooh, maybe just another coat of paint. And that would have been bold.
So Etienne from Dominica, which is technically not a part of the Windwards. Dominica is a part of the Leeward Islands, and sharp single, shy the stumps, misses, and well stopped in the end, backing up by Etienne. Dominica was considered part of the Leeward Islands, but it was transferred from the British Leeward Islands to the British Windward Islands in 1940. So geographically, it's not a part of the Windwards, but it was officially transferred in 1940 to the Windward Islands. That's where Etienne calls home. The Nature Isle. That's the ground on which Chandra Paul, the Windsor Park, made his first 100 in Dominica at test level and became honorary citizen of Dominica. Scored his 100 just after Kurt Edwards scored his. Just before Kurt Edwards scored his, 12 overs gone. It's now 45 for 5.
Simple as that. Become a citizen, make 100, have your passport stamps, that's it. Next.
So Herschel Gibbs also did that in another Leeward Island, St. Kitts, at the Warner Park. He hit 6 sixes and was given honorary citizenship of St. Kitts. And he married in St. Kitts. He married his wife in St. Kitts.
I think also Matthew Hayden as well in that World Cup. I think he was given citizenship for one of the islands, I can't remember which.
Well, John Ram Singh is a man of research. He's going to tell you exactly which island he did that achievement in.
Sean Devers, please don't do that to John.
Oh my, that's an inside edge. And it's going to go a long way towards the boundary. Excellent fielding again by the 40-year-old. And this is fantastic to see. She's like a live wire. She's like 16. She pulled that one back, saved all the Windward Islands players are applauding her.
Well, I think there may have been some mistake because I think Etienne's age has got to be her jersey number of 23 because she's feeling like a 23-year-old. Excellent stuff. Good commitment in the field.
In the attack. And again on the red form, but this time it's square up. And Etienne sprints across to her left and sends the return.
Yeah, but you know, Sean, you just said that John Ram Singh is the man of research. I've been sitting here and I've been taking all these notes, if you can see here through my book, with all these history lessons that you've been giving me, and now you want to say John is the research man. I was thinking it's you. You're the head researcher in this group.
He was telling me, I was asking the Vincentians, who was the lady that played for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Windward Islands. She was the daughter of Golden Greaves, who was an extra in Pirates of the Caribbean, which was filmed in St. Vincent. And a girl told me, after John told me, it was Janelle Greaves. But John had already told me that. She was in St. Vincent. Good evening, good afternoon to you, Cindy. Thanks for your information. It was too late.
And just like you asked, Sean, Australian opener, the former Australian opener, Matthew Hayden, was given honorary citizenship of St. Kitts and Nevis after striking the fastest century in World Cup history.
Well, thank you very much, John. And thank you to Google also. Yes, you were right.
Pirates of the Caribbean extra.
Yes, he was an extra in Pirates of the Caribbean, which was primarily filmed in St. Vincent. You ever saw that movie? Oh, that kept low. And if that was on line of the stumps, it would have hit those stumps hard. Luckily for her, it was pitched outside the off stump, and she missed.
Unfortunately, I think I saw just one installment of it. I can't remember which one. I've never really looked at it. I am a Johnny Depp fan. I love Johnny Depp movies, Captain Jack Sparrow, but I just never really looked at the entire series of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Another big drive, another miss, and another over comes to an end. So 13 overs gone. It's 48 for 5 now, with Parker yet to score. And the other batsman, the other batter on 4.
I looked at it because I have this Trinidadian friend, Dr. Fahim Mohammed, and he said, I can't believe you've never seen Pirates of the Caribbean. And I said, well, I can't believe you've never seen Scarface. So he said he's going to look at Scarface and I'll look at Pirates of the Caribbean. And we'll see which one is better.
Well, there was a former Ghana manager. His name was Carl Moore. He's now living in the United States of America. He's actually the father of the Ghana head coach, Julian Moore. He had a book with 1,000,001 movies. Every country he went to, he just bought movies and looked at it in his hotel room, most likely by himself. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Carl Moore. I met Abina Lewis, Annabelle Lewis. She was outside the line of the off stump. Dr. Annabelle Lewis.
Tracy Byron into the attack here.
She played at Bournemouth. She, to my mind, was one of the better, if not the best, female off spin I've ever seen. But she went to study in Cuba and did her doctorate, and now she's a doctor. That's a wide delivery. As Byron comes into that, this is her debut game, and she will want to bowl a couple of balls, but she, fortunately for her, she batted already, so the nerves must have gone away from her. But this is a different style, bowling, different from batting. Lumbering in and bowls, good delivery, and they look for a sharp single and they get it too because they return hits, misses the woodwork at the non-striker's end.
Good.
So a dangerous single though.
Yeah, but good backing up in the field there by the Windward Island, preventing any overthrows.
And I'm very impressed with the attitude of the Windward Islands team, even though they've never won a tournament as the Windward Islands since 2016, when they first started. The attitude of the players is good, as opposed to the Leeward Islands, who don't really play cricket. Because before the Windward Islands, Grenada, Dominica, St. Vincent, all of these countries played in the women's tournament. This is hit hard, and luckily for the non-striker Thorpe, she gets out of the way, opens her leg, and the ball went straight through. And there is no run. Nicely picked up again by Etienne. I wonder why these warp-minded guys in the commentary box is laughing. You got any idea?
I have no idea. The score now moves on to 50 for 5. I think one of our guys, he's looking at a comedy special in the corner there. So
yes,
maybe something funny.
You ever heard of Jerry Lewis? That's the Jerry Lewis show he's looking at. That's a ball that's on the line of the off stump, played into the offside. So the end of the 14th over is 51 for 5. That shot brought up the 50. Okay, just a strike changeover. So there's one ball left to be bowled by Byron. Here is Byron bowls, and that's a wide delivery, so there will not be one ball left to be bowled by Byron.
Extras now move on to 5. Not as bad as the Leewards were in the field. Still managed with 5 extras. This is the 14th over.
But Barbados holds the record of giving away 53 extras when they play Trinidad. And that to me is the best team in the tournament, even without DeAndre Doughton. So that's where my money would be tomorrow if I had any.
I'm sure you've got something stashed away somewhere, Sean.
Played into the offside. Well, I wouldn't say that publicly, because I could be robbed. I remember when Nagamutu got his ring from Stanford. He said he's not going to wear his ring because he could be robbed when he's coming to Guyana. Ball on the line of the leg stump, inside edge. I wonder if he was going to be robbed in the plane.
Well, there are some enterprising kleptomaniacs about the place.
So the over is completed. It's 14 gone, 53 for 5. Yes.
So we would want to be as careful as you can. It's a beautiful place, some beautiful people for the most part.
Yes, lovely country, Guyana. Blessed with no natural disasters. Only maybe flooding. And we had one 100 years after in 2005. That's when the tournament had to be played. All the matches had to be played. That was the double rung in the foreign countries. No matches could not be played here. This is a ball that's on the line of the off stump. As Noel continues. And that was the year when Ryan Ramdas made 200s against Barbados and got into the West Indies A team to go to Sri Lanka in 2005. And the West Indies team was also there. That was the first time 2 teams from one country was in one country at the same time. This is a ball that's pitched up and pushed into the offside, and there is no run. And Ryan Ramdas, there was a strike by the senior West Indies players, and Chandrapal was the captain of the West Indies team, and he got Ryan Ramdas and a few others to play for the senior team, and that's where Ryan Ramdas played his 1 test match. When he was running, he dived in and injured his shoulder, and that was the end of him, even though I felt that he should have played a few more matches. He went on to live in Trinidad and Tobago, I think, and now he's in Canada.
Yes, I remember those times with West Indies cricket. There's so many issues happened over the years. Even I was looking at an article. It's an old article about the 5 greatest cricket controversies, and one of the 5 listed in that article was the Heathrow airport issue with the West Indies team. So
54 for 5. We've got 2 balls left in the 15th over. Noel, a swish and a miss, and taken by the keeper. If she'd connected with that, that would have maybe gone on the Harbour Bridge, the longest floating bridge in the world. Well, it's no longer the longest floating bridge. I think it's the 3rd longest now in the world. So it's the cathedral, the St. George's Cathedral. It was the highest, the tallest wooden building in the world, but it's not so anymore because they've got a concrete base at the bottom of it. They've got the Berbice River Bridge. That was the most recent. The Demerara Harbour Bridge was in 1978. The overs completed, 15 overs gone, for 54 for 5.
So Leeward Islands looking to push on here. Windward Islands, I would say they're on top at the moment. Racking up a wonderful 240 for 8. Leewards 54 for 5 in pursuit of that total.
And bridges also build partnerships in these instances between communities. And we've got a bridge being built across the Quarantine River, which is the border with Guyana and Suriname to the east. Byron continues, bowling the 16th over, 54 for the loss of 5. There's a nice bridge in Region 10, bridge in Mackenzie with Wismar also. And there are lots of bridges on the east coast. There's one that bridges Demerara with Berbice, the Abari Bridge. When you get over to Abari, you're in Berbice.
Lots of bridges, but with all these bridges, the most important bridge that we can have here in Ghana is that bridge to unite our people. That not a physical bridge, not a physical bridge at all, but a cultural bridge, a social bridge.
Back of a length is my run plays into the onside and there's no run. Yes, that's a good bridge to bridge the gap of unity. Bring it together. That's why people say don't burn your bridges. You might need to cross them again. Outside the line of the off stump again. And there is Thorpe. Looking to punch it. She's still on 7 from 17 balls. But if these girls can bat as long as possible, that would be a victory in itself for them.
Yeah, I think the aim of it all would be to try and bat out your 50 overs, or bat as close to it as you can.
And a misfield there. So loose work in the field from the Windwards. And giving the batters an extra run. Again, rotation in the strike. The left-hander now comes in to strike. Astorp gets a single. She goes to 8. Parker, the left-hander, is back in strike. And the field will go over to the other side. The bowler will have to change her line. And you don't want rotation in the strike, especially if you've got a left-hander and a right-hander batting in combination. This is a ball that's inside edge, and that's the most productive shot when you look at it. The inside edge and the outside edge, it goes to the boundary, not the area you want it, but maybe the opposite. But especially in 2020 cricket, that's a good shot. As the water cart comes onto the field, the end of 16 overs, the Leeward Islands needing 241 to win this match. They're 57 for 5. Well, welcome back after the girls and the umpires took a well-deserved refreshment. It's sweltering heat in the middle. We have a shed, a roof over our head, and we're still very hot. Here is the first delivery after the break, and it's tugged into the onside by Thorpe, and doesn't score as Noel continues. This is her third over, none for 4 so far. Big black side screen behind her back. She moves in, and this is another big looking shot. Didn't try to time it, just tried to power it away, and she lost her shape, and in the end it just bowled out towards mid-wicket. And they've noticed that that's the direction she's going. They've reinforced the onside field. There's now a forward square, a mid-wicket, and a girl at mid-on. And there is a short ball outside the line of the off-stump, just as she reinforced the onside field, and it's brought in the sweeper, and there is a boundary. So good intelligent batting there from Thorpe, and poor bowling by Noel. Just as you put bring in the sweeper and put the girl on the onside, you bowl short and wide outside the off stump. 4 runs.
Karina Noel, who had that fantastic innings of 72 when the Windwards were batting, now with ball in hand, still looking to get it right.
And this is down the leg side again, clipped away. Not even the fast moving Etienne can pull it back. So consecutive boundaries on either side of the pitch, and that's bad from a bowling perspective. You need, if a batter hits you for 2 4s, it's got to be on the same side.
Yeah, Tiffany Thorpe wouldn't mind at all, because she is strong her leg, and that one was directed down the leg side, and she has got enough batter onto it.
Noel, and that's edged and dropped right through the keeper, and they ran. Well, we know for sure if... No, it wasn't dropped. It was a leg by. So umpire Banwari having his eagle eyes on the edge, and he said it missed.
Yeah, it was a good comeback delivery from Noel, because after being crashed for 2 boundaries, you want to get it right. So she pitched up, and the ball hitting the pad on the way to the keeper. Slight deflection, and that caused the keeper not to hold on. 13 usually with the gloves, but this time she's not playing.
Nice Yorker length delivery also to finish the over. So she's had 3 overs, none for 12, and after 17 overs, it's 66 for 5 with Parker on 3 and Thorpe on 16.
So as I look at this note that was passed, Freeman being Guyanese, in fact Freeman was not in the original 11 this morning, and I think after the injury to Amanda Edwards, she came in as a replacement. Concussion, because she actually collided with her teammate Tinetta McCoy. So when Edwards left, Freeman came on. That's why Freeman batted, because she's also posted on the scoreboard. So concussion substitute. She did not last very long, however.
The debutant continues. Byron outside the line of the off stump. And it's nice to see the Windward Islands, knowing that this is the last match, give some of the fringe players a chance to get experience playing at the regional level.
Yeah, it's very important, and it's something that has happened even in the men's version of the game. It means that in the start of the next season, these players getting the opportunity now will have one more match to their credit, one more game of experience, and they can always use that to their advantage. And then selectors, of course, tend to remember your last outing. I want to say good afternoon to Travis Dowling. I understand he's glued to the action.
Good afternoon to Courtney Walsh and to Anne Brown John. Wouldn't get in trouble this time. That's a lovely shot. On the back foot, almost Richie Richardson style. Richie Richardson used to play the punch to full ball off the back foot. And that was a replica of his shot. And that's 4. Glorious shot. Takes the total now to 70 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's a shot of the day, Sean, despite we've seen the Windward Islands batters getting among the runs. Thorpe has given us a shot of the day.
Yeah,
that looked really good.
And with that shot, she's gone to 20 from 26 balls. Glorious shot. Remind me instantly of Richie Richardson. He used to play the half volleys outside the off stump off the back foot and punch them away for 4s. He's from the island of Antigua. And this is a loose shot. Edge found, catch taken. And what a way to go. Up goes the finger of Imran Mukan. And she's gone. It's now 70 for the loss of 6.
Yes. So wicket number 6 going down in his 18th over. And it's Thorpe caught behind just after hitting that wonderful boundary. And now the Windward Islands in a huddle. But sensing that just 4 wickets away from a well-deserved victory, the Leeward Islands all to play for. It will take a miracle for the Leeward Islands to come back. They've lost the cream of their batting already. But it's a good wicket, well-deserved. Congratulations to Tracy Byron. We were just speaking about the French players making an impact. And there we see Tracy Byron being crashed away for 4. And next delivery broke the edge of the well-set batter. So 6 for 70 now in over number 18.
And she made 20.
So the new batter heading to the middle. Roselle Leewards. But lots of work to do. Therese Parker has been there for a little while now, giving good support to Thorpe, but Thorpe is now gone. So yet another brand new partnership will have to be started.
Well, Rosa Leewards bowled very well in her spell in tandem with Edwards. Both got 3 wickets each, the spinners. And they stemmed the runs flow in the middle part of the innings for the Windwards. But now she's got bat in hand, and she's got to try and replicate that bowling performance if she can. I would love to see them bat out the 50 overs though. But that's unlikely. 6 wickets are down now, 70 runs. We're in the 18th over.
Had a nice little stand of 26 runs for the 6th wicket.
That's her 1st wicket at this level, which is very good. She must be feeling very happy.
You can see a pep in her step already. Look at that. Chipping away, going back to her mark, running back to her mark.
But look how she runs in, like a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah. But no foot movement at all from Leewards facing her first delivery.
She just shots in, jogs in. And bowled her! Clean bowl! 2 wickets in 1 over for the debutant Byron. And it's all over the place. The stumps are flying. And not a batter goes. Leewards goes for a duck. And 2 wickets for Thorpe in 1 over. And all of a sudden, they score now 7 wickets down for 70 runs.
Yeah, I said Leewards did not look good at all facing her first delivery. This time she gets a full ball and exposed all 3 of her stumps, opening up the stands. And congratulations to Byron. 2 wickets in the over despite the boundary. After 18, the Leewards 70 for 7. On the live wire, Devana Claxton is heading out to the middle. Very vocal when she's not in the field. And even when she's fielding, gives good support to her teammates, cheering on everything. Now she's going to have her opportunity with the bat. Didn't feature a lot this season, but was a live wire from the dugout.
Once Hector doesn't get a good score, I mean, it's always going to be a difficult task for the Leewards to post a good total. They depend almost exclusively on the runs from Hector. And we saw today Quinton Joseph, Kiana Joseph hitting the ball powerfully and playing some gorgeous off drives and cover drives. And we also saw that very good innings from Noel, 72 unbeaten. From the Windward side. But once Hector was bowled by Etienne, was removed by Etienne for 20, it was never going to be a big score or challenge the target. This is a wild swipe from the new batter, Claxton. No, that's Parker. She's been there for 16 balls, and there's the introduction of spin. Yeah, Joseph. Another full toss, but it was such a slow delivery that she had to wait on it and totally hit the ball because of the slowness of it. She was trying to hit it too hard, almost wrung her waist out in trying to hit that ball too hard. Throw the kitchen sink at it, they say. And now she's gotten on the edge. Luckily for her pads was in the way. And it went into the onside, just behind the stumps. Good defensive shot, bat and pad close together. Left arm spin, Joseph. And down the track she goes, and looks like if she's stumped. Umpire Morcon doesn't think so. Bailey got back, but that was a flighted delivery, teased her, used her feet, and somehow or the other got back in time.
Yeah, good quick work from Ashley Edward, the wicket keeper. Parker got back. This time she holds out at that short extra cover region, and the wicket maiden for Kiana Joseph to start her bowling spell. There we see Parker trying to be positive, using her feet, but chipping the ball just to that fielder at short extra cover, and she's gone. Wicket maiden to start with from Kiana Joseph, and now the Leewards sinking even further. 70 for a loss of 8 after 19.
And I see Joseph doing some sort of dance. I wonder if she's from St. Lucia. They do the zouk dance there. You know to do the zouk, John Ramsing? Well, Darren Sammy was teaching me to do the zouk in one of the nightclubs in St. Lucia. Good afternoon to you, Darren. Most of the St. Lucian will be at the Darren Sammy Stadium watching the West Indies play Bangladesh, and we'll try to get an update, an after lunch score for you from St. Lucia. I think at lunch was 77 for 2 with Joseph and Phillips getting the 2 wickets.
So batter at number 10 for the Leeward Islands is Tonya Martin. She's going to be the non-strikers end because the over finished when the last wicket fell. And now Byron with her tail up. 2 for 12. The 2 wickets coming in her last over, her third over. Now she's into her 4th over. 2 for 12. 13 dot balls.
Yeah, excellent economy rate from her also. Economy rate of 3.79, 2 wickets, 12 runs, 13 dot balls, as you said. And that's another dot ball. Almost sneaked under the bat and hit the stumps. The bottom of the bat connected with the ball. It was more a case of the ball hitting the bat than the other way around.
So a T on day number 1, Bangladesh sent in 159 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Wow, they've had a collapse, a mini collapse there.
Yeah, 4 wickets in the second session.
That's a nice shot, played with a lot of power and down towards the extra cover boundary for 4. So they're not giving up. They're going with guns blazing. And she's gone now. She's off the mark with that boundary. And it's 74 for 8.
Yeah, that was a full ball. She greeted it on the half volley and drove powerfully and got the boundary. Taman Iqbal 46, Mamadullah Hassan 10, Nazmul Hussain 25, Animal Haq 23, Litan Das is still there in 34, Shakib Hassan, captain, he made 8, Narul Hassan 7, Mahidi Hassan is not out on 5. So Bangladesh, like I said, 159 for 6 at T.
And who got the wickets?
Well, we're looking at the wickets now. 1 wicket to Jaden Seals, 1 to Kyle Mayers, with 2 apiece to Alzari Joseph and Anderson Phillip.
Very good work by the West Indies, especially in the second session. And they've got to keep the pressure on. They've got to beat these teams badly. When you get up to Australia, which is their next test series, it's going to be a different kettle of fish. It's going to be a tougher opposition.
Bangladesh scored 77 in the first session, 82 in the second session, but lost 4 wickets.
Yes, still the West Indies session because of the wickets. By run bowls, and that's hit away again outside the line of the off stump, and this will go for consecutive boundaries in the over. Etienne chases, but even the fit Etienne can't catch the ball. It would have taken Usain Bolt to do that, and there was no Usain Bolt in this game. So 4 more runs, consecutive boundaries. She now goes to 8, the total 78 for the loss of 8 wickets.
2 wickets in the previous over, and already 2 boundaries in this over bowled by Tracy Byron. So she's going to learn and learn very quickly.
Yes, and she's a young girl, yeah.
The first one was full, this time it was short. And Claxton will not miss out.
Better delivery, better line, a little movement in, and the 20th over is completed. 78 for 8. She's kept on 8, Claxton, and the over is gone. So 78 for 8. They're struggling, and Miku Wanya is going to join you, and I'll take my leave.
With just 2 wickets for the Windward Islands to pick up for what would be a convincing victory. Maybe we're saying good afternoon to Sean, and he may not come back. Miku Wanya is in good form. He may pick up the remaining 2 wickets. Kiana Joseph already with a wicket in her last over, which was her first. So welcome back, Miku Wanya. How was your lunch?
It was excellent. Good Guyanese food. Can never go wrong.
The Windward Islands all over the Leeward Islands in this clash. 5th place playoff. These teams did not qualify for the semi-finals, so they're still having another match being placed in separate groups for the Super 50. 2 matches in the preliminary stage, and if you had done well, would have gone on to the semi-finals. These teams not qualifying for the semi-finals, but still having another game.
Yeah, it's all about, getting that exposure, that extra bit of match practice, match fitness experience for the young ladies out there. So it's good. It's good to see that it's not only focusing on the winners, but give them a final goal to try to make something for themselves. And but at this time, it looks as though Leewards are going to be number 6 all over again.
So it's not only about winning, it's about cricket development and personal development as well. We've seen Karina Noel really maximizing the opportunity. 7-2 not out.
Yeah, I think
Edged and dropped by the wicketkeeper. Edge found once again Kiana Joseph creating the opportunity. Martin not able to read. Got the extra bounce. And I think that did it. Keeper also beaten.
yeah, she'd want to ensure that she takes the next one. This one hits down the ground to the mid-on area. Afi Fletcher would be looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible.
And we haven't seen Afi Fletcher with the ball as yet.
And she's
Stump.
bowled.
Yeah, the off stump knocked out as she opened to play. Before she actually got the bat down, she would have heard the death rattle. So that's the fall of the 9th wicket. 78 for 9 now. Here we see Kiana Joseph bowling full and straight. And Martin not able to get bat down in time. And a second consecutive wicket maiden for Kiana Joseph. So after 21 overs, the Leeward Islands looking to get 242 to win. 78 for 9.
And that 240 is looking rather ominous at this point. But here comes the other batter, Tanetta McCoy, to try and do battle for her team. 164 needed from 174. 164 needed from 174 balls. So as they say, singles will do it, John. However, it's just 1 wicket remaining.
Yeah, it would have been a very disappointing campaign for the Leeward Islands. You know, we always hear cricketers say they were going to go back to the drawing board. But you cannot wait until the fixtures have been drawn, then to start preparing. And that is not about the Leeward Islands or the Windward Islands. That's all the teams in the tournament. We had pandemic, and we had so many issues, weather and what's not. But you can do your own preparation if the team is not able to get together. So individuals must work hard, and each block must be able to contribute to the finished product.
If our colleague Matthew Kisunu was here, he said it's a very big drawing board.
Oh, that's well played again from Claxton. So Claxton hitting her 3rd boundary now. So once again, you see Byron over pitching to the right-handed Claxton. And the fielder Etienne not having the best of days in the field. The ball went through her and into the boundary.
She's usually lightning and dependable, but not happening this time. Just maybe diving over the ball.
Oh, that's a dangerous beamer. And that's the Vanna Claxton. She's a live wire. She's showing that she should have gone down. But umpire Mokan also given a warning to Tracy Byron. So Byron, like I said, in her first opportunity this season, got 2 wickets in the over, got some runs taken off of her. Now a beamer. She's given everything in her first game.
Well, it's her last game, so might as well enjoy everything that's there to be had. So after the no ball, it's a free hit, and it's a wide, very wide delivery there.
Yeah, I think she would have seen Claxton coming, giving her the charge, and she pushed it wide. The free hit still stands. Just 7 extras conceded. So the Windwards have been tight in that area. In the air, no one at mid-wicket on the boundary, and there's going to be a cat and mouse situation with Afi Fletcher giving chase, and she's going to pull it up because the ball is going to stop before getting to the boundary, and then running between the wickets as well. So 3 more of the free hit. So we're having some excitement down towards the end of this one.
Yeah. As with all these two teams, it seems like they're saving the best of everything for the end. Tanetta McCoy taking her guard there to face a first delivery.
4 of the 5 bowlers used, picking up 2 wickets each. Janita Glasgow 2 for 25, Paulietti and 2 for 20. Kiana Joseph 2 without conceding a run from 2 overs. And now Tracy Byron 2 for 30. The only bowler without picking up a wicket that was used. Karina Noel 3 overs, none for 12. But she had that wonderful knock. 72, 62 deliveries, 9 fours. Not having her day with the ball.
That was an important knock, John. Very important innings that she would have played there. Would have done her confidence a lot of good.
Oh, the Bees are back here at Providence, and we're seeing the players taking evasive action by going down on the ground. There's a few persons remaining up. The wicketkeeper and McCoy. We saw this a lot when Sean and I were in Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval. There were some bees in some part of the ground, and ever so often the players would have to go on the ground to allow the bees to pass by. And was telling our good friend Colin Murray, who was also on the executive board at the Queen's Park Oval, that is something they must avoid when the international matches and CPL head to the Queen's Park Oval, because with the music and with persons in attendance, that can be something dangerous. So if it's a situation here as well at Providence, the authorities will have to look into that quickly. Bangladesh tour begins on the 7th of July, right here at Providence. Not so long from now, you can count the days on your fingers. All of us in the com box.
Yeah, bees play an important role in our food supply for the whole environment, but just not on the cricket field during play.
Tomorrow, the final, the big one. Jamaica against defending champions Barbados. CG United Women's Super 50 final. 9:30 start. We had excellent weather today. No delays, no interruptions. And that's the end of the Leeward Islands. That's the end of Claxton. Go on for 15. And that's the end of this match. Just as we were beginning to look ahead to tomorrow's encounter, Byron delivering the final blow, having Claxton bowled for 15. And the Leeward Islands all out now for 70. We just get that final score? 90? Oh yes, 90 all out. Handing the Windward Islands a big victory. Congratulations to the Windward Islands, winning by 151 runs. 151 runs in this encounter. So the Leeward Islands all out for 90, and Byron picking up her 3rd wicket. But we had some excitement. In the end, you'll look at the scores and say it's one-sided in favor of the Windward Islands, but the Leeward Islands really gave a good account of themselves despite losing by 151.
Yes, John, it was a good, it was a decent innings from the Leewards. They started off quite well, but just not having that impetus to really push them ahead. The captain came out, Hector, and she was in a no-nonsense mood, hitting a few boundaries, putting the balls away, but she just did not have that support to really challenge this total. But full congratulations to the Windward Islands and their batters. They started off well with the two openers, Homer and Glasgow, both getting in the 20s, getting a start, but just not being able to kick on. Kiana Joseph came in and she would have done a bit of damage as well, scoring 30. And let's not forget that excellent innings from Karina Noel, scoring 70 odd runs, pushing that total up to 241. So they were performed well with the bat. And now we see them continuing in the field, cleaning up the Leeward Islands batters, bowling them all out for 90. So in the end, congratulations to the Windward Islands, number 5 in this tournament, and Leewards will have to go back to the proverbial drawing board and see how best they can come for the next tournament and just look to improve their position and try to get out of this rut of always being last place in this West Indies female regional tournament.
So congratulations once again to the Windward Islands. And Miko Wanya has summed it up nicely. And just to run through the bowling card for you, Janelia Glasgow, 6 overs, no maiden, 2 for 25. Pauletian, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. Karina Noel, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Tracy Byron, the pick of the bowlers, 4.5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 32. Kiana Joseph, 2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets, no run. And just to recap the batting, the Leeward Islands started with Melissa Clark and Rosabelle Dollabile. Clark, no score, Dollabile, 3. Saneldo Willett, 10. Arshina Freeman, 4, who replaced Amanda Edwards as a concussion substitute. Shanisha Hector, the captain, top scored at 24. Therese Parker, 3. Tiffany Thorpe, 20, and entertaining 20. Roselle Liebert, no score. Devana Claxton hit 3 boundaries in 15 from 10 balls. Tonya Martin, no score. And Tanetta McCoy not out on 1. There were 10 extras, including 8 wides, 1 no ball, and 1 leg by. 90 all out, 1 ball short of 22 overs. The Leeward Islands giving the Windward Islands victory by 151 runs. And that's the end of their campaign as well. Joining Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana as the teams out of contention. It means now the final tomorrow, Jamaica and defending champions Barbados will be not only the final match, but maybe the most looked forward to match in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2022. Your closing thoughts, and then we wrap things up today.
Yeah, it has been a very good tournament so far. Curtailed by rain, but I think what we see from the ladies in the field, it's very encouraging. There's a lot there for the administrators, the coaching staff to work with. As you mentioned, tomorrow will be the grand final with 2 of the better teams, Jamaica versus Barbados. So we'd want to see how that pans out. I'm thinking if Windwards could rack up 240 here today, one would be expecting maybe an even similar or better total tomorrow from whosoever bats first, and then we'd want to see that being challenged by the team batting second. So it's set up nicely. We're hoping that the weather holds and we can have a full 100 over day. So that's it. So let's see how it goes tomorrow.
Right, so we begin our coverage just about 9:20 Guyana time and Eastern Caribbean time, 8:20 Jamaica time, and we do encourage you to join us for that final. It will be breathtaking, it will be spectacular, and we'd like to have everyone on the stream. And if you're in Guyana, we encourage you to head out to the National Stadium. Admission absolutely free. It's Saturday, it's not necessarily a working day for many, but you can head out to the National Stadium and watch the final of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. Alright, so that's about it for today for our coverage. We trust that you have enjoyed our company. We have enjoyed presenting it to you today. Miko Wanya Israel, Sean Devers, and myself, John Ramsing, on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, wishing you well for the rest of the afternoon and inviting you to join us tomorrow at 9:20 for the final right here from Providence. Until then, it's goodbye.